I know he hasn't been in the lineup, and I don't know really what he's doing behind the scenes. So I don't know how long that's going to be. I don't know that they even know.
My point is if he missed a month, like he woke up today and he still needed 2-3 weeks to ramp up, gets to the team, it's a month. That'd still be more Parker Meadows than we had last year, which would be a positive.
Correct.
So that's one way where you can go, okay, actually it's not as doom and gloom as we may think. Okay, that's one thing.
All right. Spencer Torkelson. I think this is going to be it's going to be a wonder. And it could be a wonder in a positive way. I think it's a wonder right now because nobody has any idea what to think. Even as of 2 days ago, they're facing the Red Sox, and he goes 2 of 3. He's batting .325. And it also had a walk. Like he's getting on base. He's making contact. Leads the team with 4 home runs in spring. Like could he have found his swing? And we 2 years ago we thought it happened,
right?
And then last year happened, and it was horrific. And now all of a sudden, we thought going into spring, there's no chance he's going to be on the roster. He's going to start in AAA, and there's probably no chance he really ever comes up. Like this is going to be, he could be a part of the organization for a few years, but there's really nothing from Spencer Torkelson.
Right.
Now, if they are going to be that quote-unquote breakout team, they will need him. They will have to have him, whether it's at first, it's at right field, or it's a DH. Like if he can hit at this pace, he's batting .325.
Which I don't expect.
Well, I don't expect that either, but does that not amaze you? Like right now, just even in spring training, he couldn't do that last year.
Right.
And so I think that is one that maybe we are underestimating.
So think about this. So he had 30 home runs 2 years ago. There's clearly power in the bat. He was a mess last season, right? He couldn't hit the fastball over the middle of the plate. There's no better way to describe you than a mess. That's a pitch a major leaguer should be able to hit, and he should still be able to hit. He actually had a higher OPS in September than Colt Keith did, and he has a better MLB track record than Colt Keith has. If he is even shades of the player of 2 years ago, that would do so much for this team, this lineup, their ability to hit right-handed pitching.
Right, but so...
Or left-handed pitching, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, that would be huge.
So Colt Keith, we just mentioned Spencer Torkelson, .325 in spring training. Guess who's hitting better than Spencer Torkelson?
Who?
Colt Keith. Not by much, .326.
Yeah.
So they're in essence the same.
But if you're getting production out of first base, you weren't a year ago between the two of them.
First and DH.
Sure, yeah.
All right. And do we think Gleyber Torres could be an upgrade this year over Colt Keith of last year?
Offensively, yes.
Okay. Defensively,
maybe not.
Maybe not. But so now all of a sudden you've got an upgrade on the right side of the infield if you're looking from home plate.
Yeah.
And on the left side, Javi Baez makes the transition to third. Defensively, he is good. Offensively, right now he's batting .214. Is that not an upgrade over what he did last year?
It's not saying much, but okay.
So the low bar,
yeah.
But he's still over that bar.
Again, this is the case for the Tigers to be better than last year.
Trey Sweeney defensively, pretty good
solid,
last year. Solid at shortstop.
And get a full season of that.
And I mean, he's not really hitting in spring. He's 184. So not excited about that. And then you think about the pitching staff as we stay in the infield. The pitching staff. Tarek Skubal, Jack Flaherty back for another season, and now Casey Mize having a good spring. And you've got competition for those two starting spots. Jackson Jobe might be a part of the mix. He's not trying to dot a Nat's ass.
Just blowing it by, guys.
Hey, if you can hit it, good luck. Like I still go back to that quote. It's
a great quote.
Yeah. And so the pitching staff to start the season, we have no idea about injuries, missed games, missed starts. It feels like even though it was good last year, could be even better. Yeah. The outfield, we mentioned Parker Meadows. Eventually at center field, Riley Green in left, another year under his belt, another year of experience. We do expect him to continue to be a little bit better, marginally, but a little bit better. He's been good. He was an all-star last year. And then McKinstry bopping around. Justin Henry Malloy with
That's
the bat.
That's a big name.
Kerry Carpenter, if you can get him as your DH.
He missed a bunch of time last year. Again, if Carpenter's healthy and Malloy gets a full season, they're ideal platoon partners. Combined, they give you a masher in the top half of your order.
Did I just not paint a rosy picture?
And that's what we're asking of you guys. Cast aside the clouds that hang over this season. And
we didn't even mention Perez.
Well, there you go. Let us know. What is it that would lead this team to a breakout? ESPN has a model. It's some kind of data thing. They've simplified it, they claim, for this upcoming season, and they focus on teams that have a lot of players who might break out and rolled that into teams that could break out. They say there are two types of teams built for a breakout. Those that feature a lot of young players in important roles, and those are the number of key players coming off subpar or injured seasons who project to bounce back. Only the Giants, Brewers, and Rays are higher on their breakout list for the upcoming season, and that's not how we've talked about the Tigers. So, John, I think a couple things. Their pitching staff is going to make it so they don't have a collapse. It's going to keep them in the fight. They're going to be, I think, better on the mound this year than they were last year. When you throw in the fact that you should have Flaherty in the mix with a healthy Reese Olson, with Casey Mize getting a little more velo and swing and miss with the splitter. They have more pitching depth than they did a year ago. Alex Cobb isn't on the opening day rotation, but they did pay him, and at some point I think he's going to pitch this season. They have more depth. Jackson Jobe won't be a guy who's just pitching in September. They'll have more depth. So I think the pitching keeps you kind of even keel through what could be some bumps and bruises with the lineup and defense. But for them to break out, you're right. You have to start highlighting some unexpected or surprises from guys. I think Justin Henry Malloy, I think Torkelson, those are going to have to be two really big keys for this team. And Baez, nobody expects anything of him. I'm certainly not expecting anything at the plate. But if he can be a glove at third, because they don't have enough good quality infield gloves, that would probably add a couple wins to this season.
So let me just give you some numbers. Now, these are spring training numbers.
Okay.
But if it translates even to a measure, if they're close to them to start the regular season, because this is really where it amounts to, you're going to have to start really strong because of the way the schedule starts. Gleyber Torres, right now, batting .323. Riley Green, just under 300. Andy Ibanez, 278. Spencer Torkelson, 325. Kerry Carpenter, 333. Colt Keith, 326. Javi Baez, 214, even though it's better than he was last year. Justin Henry Malloy, didn't even mention him.
What's he hitting right now?
Kerry Carpenter, I don't know. I don't have that.
You're good.
That number in front of me. But
as of a week ago, I think it was right around 300. So he's had a good spring.
And so if you can get those type of bats, I mean, you're talking about that in and of itself would be amazing. Now, I don't think all of those numbers translate to the regular season. You're going to be facing much better pitching on a regular basis, especially when you open up against the Dodgers.
Malloy hitting 302 in spring right now. Let's get the phone calls in. 248-539-9797. DeVell in Madison Heights, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gang.
What's up?
Oh, not too much. So here's what you kind of stole a little of my thunder. I do believe our pitching will be much better, or starting pitching, because just by attrition, they're going to be, on the mound and not injured. But the two names that I come up with, I think Torkelson will have a pretty decent start. And I really think, somebody mentioned it a minute ago, but Winslow Perez, I just think he's just going to hold serve. I don't think he's going to be a disaster in center. I think he's going to hold serve just till Parker Meadows gets back. And you cannot undermine or undervalue a guy that's a switch hitter. Now, he hits way better left-handed, but, I mean, he's serviceable right-handed. I think if those three happen to pitch in, Torkelson, I think it's going to be way better. We're not asking Torkelson to be a world beater. He'll just, about a 240 average, 20 to 25 home runs, and we're good there. And then with Perez, just serviceable. Just to hold down the fort and not kick the ball around the center field, I think we'll be just fine. So if those three happen.
Are you talking yourself into a breakout?
Not really. I'm still looking like, we still got Javi over at third. I don't know what
Malloy. Which is why this is such a fun exercise. Because, I ultimately don't buy that this team's going to be better than they were a year ago. I don't, but
neither do I.
But sometimes this is a healthy thing where you have to go, do I need to take a step back and take a deep breath, and maybe I'm missing something, which is why we brought this up. And I appreciate you throwing some things out there. Like, yeah, especially with this nerve issue, Wencel Perez is going to have to be a guy.
Yeah.
That's one of the keys if they're going to break out. They're leaning on young players, players who have more in the tank, players who have an extra gear. We've asked you guys, if you don't like the dark clouds over the Tigers, well, bring some sunshine to the table. 248-539-9797. How does this come true where they are one of the 4 or 5 teams most likely to have a big-time breakout? It's 97-1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney that's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. If you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
7:50, we'll get to the stories from day one of the tournament. Get back to Michigan hoops. They won late in the night last night. We got the cookie jar at 7:35. Right now, talking a little Tiger baseball because we are under a week away, and a lot of the talk on the station, and even us on the show, are not optimistic. We got some concerns about this baseball team. But ESPN.com has their breakout list, and they listed the Tigers as the fourth team most likely to break out this season. And we said, okay, well, hold on. Let's zoom out. Maybe we're missing something. Maybe you guys can help us be a little more positive about the start of this season here and the season as a whole. Ton of response. The first couple, pessimistic as you'd imagine. I see 75 wins max. On paper, the offense and fielding is really bad. Parker Meadows is going to be out the whole year with surgery on the elbow nerve at some point. I just know it. I think this team takes a pretty big step back from last year. Third base is a disaster. Injuries already starting. The defense, especially in the infield, is going to hurt the pitching, and the offense isn't good enough. So this is kind of the stuff we've been talking about. But then other people decided, yeah, I'll play along. Sure, here's what could happen. Tork is such a good hitter. He broke Barry Bonds' records in college. It's got to be inside him somewhere. We just got to hope he can bring it out. He's going to get another chance because of the injuries. Torkelson started his career during COVID. Never really got his solid legs under him. Hopefully he can get fully developed now in front of us. We could have one of the best young rotations in baseball. Skubal, Flaherty, Olson, Mize, and Job. I'm pulling for Tork while I have zero belief in Baez. Go Tigers. Wouldn't it be nice if our two first overall picks actually turned into at least average ball players? Mize and Tork could be part of the eventual breakout that helps keep this team going.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is looking at either of those guys and thinking, okay, 1-1, you're going to be a superstar. We just want them to be consistent contributors at this point.
This is a big what-if topic, guys. Javi will be Javi. Henry Malloy, McKinstry, Rogers, those are duds in your lineup. Hunter in Tecumseh. If Keith and Tork can bat 50 points lower than spring, I'd be thrilled. You can win with that production. Nate at work. So you're getting kind of a smattering of how people feel about this baseball team. There's a lot of skepticism. We've asked you for a little optimism inside a week. Are we missing anything?
Well, okay, so I think I hope we've done a good enough job of specifying and giving context to the numbers. This is spring training. It's not the pressure of Major League hitting. It's not the pitching. It's not the day in, day out that you're going to face of 162 games over the course of a Major League Baseball season. So do I think Spencer Torkelson's going to hit 326, 325 on the year?
No.
No. But to that texter's point, if he's 50 points less than that and he's batting 275, isn't that a huge win?
Yeah.
Same thing with Colt Keith. If he's 270, 275, 276.
Little pop, sure, goes a long way.
That's a huge win. That's numbers that we didn't see on a consistent basis other than for Riley Green last year.
The other thing you have to say with spring training, and I'm not watching every single day, and I know many of you guys aren't watching every single day, they're not managing this like the regular season where they're going to platoon this a little more with like a Justin Henry Malloy. Right, with a Kerry Carpenter. They're going to put these guys in positions, Andy Ibanez, to where they're going to hit the side that they're going to have the most success with. And that's how they're going to try to juice up what is ordinarily a pretty bad offense. Let's get to Ken in Ferndale. Ken, you're on 97.1.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Yeah, I think you guys are looking at it a little bit wrong. It doesn't have to be this huge breakout. We went from like 82 wins to 86 wins, I think, last year, and we were a playoff team. I think if we improve by like 4 games over the course of a season, we're at 90 wins, and that's definitely playoff worthy. Look at the production we got for first and third and center last year. It was very negligible. If we just improved slightly with Tork and Baez and Wenzel and Parker for more than we had them for like 2 months maybe last year, we're definitely better. You even mentioned a possibility of a Dingler breakout. I think we're in good shape. Our pitching's better be better. We have Mize and Kreidler and Olson. And Job. All got names that weren't hardly anything last year. So I'm very encouraged about us.
There's a lot of things that have to go right for that to be true. And I agree with you. I don't think it doesn't sound like it's a stretch to go from 82 to 86 to 89 or even 90. 3 or 4 games. And it's just really about being more consistent throughout the course of the year. Don't dig yourself a big hole so you have to go on a hot run at the end.
Well, that's the thing we keep pointing to is how much of that was just lightning in a bottle. Right. Were they really an 86-win team a year ago, or did they just stumble into a 50-year miraculous turnaround?
Well, they were an 86-win team because That's what they did.
No, I know, but he makes the claim that they arrived today as an 86-win team looking to get 3 games better. Could you not make the case that they are more of like an 80-win team based on some of the injuries and some of the concerns that we have, not addressing third base? More Javi Baez, right? That's the plan, is more Javi Baez. They went on their run last year without Javi Baez. You could make the case they're actually more likely to go backwards than add 3 wins. They could end up losing 3 or 4 wins more likely.
And that's kind of the mystery going into this season is, are they going to be a team where the young guys they improve? And we're not talking about, Cole Keith last year was a 260 hitter. We're not talking about him making a jump from 260 to 300. Mm-hmm. But can he make, 15 points higher? Can he be 275? That would be huge. Spencer Torkelson last year was a 219 hitter, and that's with his time down in AAA. Those numbers aren't included in that, but can he be 30 points better and be a 250 hitter? I think there's a chance that he could even outdo that, but does it come with some pop? Does it come with some power?
Go a long way. We'll talk more tournament later in the hour. Kind of a dud day 1 in the tourney, but Michigan with a thriller. They're still alive, survive and advance. Cookie jar as well, but first, Heather with the news.
A former assistant football coach at Michigan was indicted on more than 24 federal charges on Thursday after he allegedly hacked into the computer accounts of thousands of college athletes looking for their intimate photos, intimate videos.
So he could take notes.
Oh, and he did. He took notes on all of them, what they looked like, about their bodies, about their sexual
preferences.
Yes.
It's just disgusting.
Over the span of 8 years, Matt Weiss gained access to the databases of more than 100 colleges or universities, and then from there downloaded personal information and medical data of more than 150,000 athletes. He then got access to social media, to email, to cloud storage accounts of thousands of these students, mainly female students, right?
Yeah.
That's what he was looking for. It's really gross. The indictment says Weiss primarily targeted female college athletes. He researched and targeted those women based on their school affiliation, athletic history, and physical characteristics. His goal was to obtain private photographs and videos never intended to be shared beyond intimate partners.
Disgusting.
I literally wrote down sick.
Yeah. And to think that, we all have people in our lives, like, you know, how much do you really know about those around you? Yeah. To have sat next to him, to have interviewed him, to be sitting alone in a room with him, knowing now that this is going on behind the scenes, it makes you want to vomit.
We were talking about this during the commercial.
Yeah.
Dude, what are you doing? Like, if you're looking for intimate photos, guess what?
The internet's full of them for free, consensually.
Yes. What are you doing?
Yeah, now you're invading people's privacy because apparently that's what gets you going. You're a sick individual.
So disgusting. A Clarkston man, also pretty disgusting. He's facing charges after leaving a sexually explicit note on a teen's car at the Auburn Hills Target this week. So a 17-year-old found this note, called police. The note offered her money for sexual favors, right? So the guy left his phone number on this note as well. So when police arrived, they were able to communicate with him. At first, I thought it was a phone call, but they texted with him, John. And that's the conversation. Also sexually explicit as well. And then it turns out the guy was still there, sitting in the parking lot in his car. So they found him. They also found drugs in his vehicle and sex toys as well. Guy was arrested, charged with child sexually abusive activity, using a computer to commit a crime, and possession of meth. And this isn't the first time he's done this. Other parents are reporting that their children, their teenage children, have also found notes on their vehicle with the same phone number. He faces 40 years in jail.
Exactly.
Well, and if convicted, enjoy your time behind bars.
Yeah, have fun.
Do you have anything that's not with sexual predators or deviants?
This is pretty cool.
Okay.
Let's hope. Michigan's biggest indoor water park is finally open in Frankenmuth today.
Where's that?
Bavarian Blast Water Park is ready to welcome its first guests. Today, it's going to be this like soft opening, right? So it's not the big grand opening yet, but guests at the Bavarian Inn who are staying overnight can get access to go enjoy this massive. It was a $90 million water park. It took a while to build and create. It was originally slated to open last fall, but took a little bit longer. 16 new water slides, a lazy river, a huge giant wave pool,
and the first
cabanas, and the first swim up bar.
This might get you to Frankenmuth.
Now you're talking.
There's some new restaurants, dining areas as well. Then there's the Family Fun Center that's filled with all sorts of things: rock climbing, rope courses, all sorts of things. So
sounds great.
The grand opening is expected later this year. So
Jim, let me ask you this.
Yes, John.
Because you have talked about, and we've seen the cabana outfit, and you've talked about the swim up bars.
Yeah, I love a swim up bar.
Are you a water park guy? I don't know that I can. I don't know that I could see you going down on the inner tube.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
On a lazy river? I could see him just cruising down a lazy river,
like
drinking the hand.
The big slides?
The slides, yeah.
I can get down with that.
I'm a water park girl, but I'm not an indoor water park. I'm not a fan of the indoor water parks.
Well, so
to me,
obviously
it's just
in winter,
like a breeding ground of.
I think you will
germs.
with kids.
Yeah,
you're looking
mold.
for things to do. This is one of those things in the winter that you can go do. Kids love it. They don't care.
I think in the past I said I would never step foot in one, but now that I have two
indoor water
littles,
park, you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you'll be there.
But now you got two little kids.
Yeah.
So when I was living in
we'll
West,
see what happens.
When I lived on the other side of the state, Michigan's Adventure is out there, and that's like an outdoor water park. So yeah, I like a water park.
Okay.
All right. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the cookie jar. It's Friday. It's 97.1.
Oh, hey, I got to tell you about FanDuel. They're turning up the excitement because March is mad, and turning up the excitement even higher for college basketball through the first two rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you're going to win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset that you don't have to be upset about. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tournament. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines to team totals and so much more. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. That website again, FanDuel.com/971 Detroit, because in March, anything can happen. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Bunch of questions. We need some opinions. The first, in the month of March, the month of the Shamrock Shake and all things mint chocolate. Overrated, underrated, properly rated?
Way overrated. Anytime I hear about anything mint chocolate, it's to me it's disgusting. The only time anything mint chocolate has any sort of value is the after dinner mint that you get, and I've got to have it with a cup of coffee. I don't mix it in. So I know there are some people that actually drop it in their coffee. No, I'll take a little bite, coffee. That's when I'm good with it. And sometimes it's just chocolate. You know, you get a little chocolate post dinner, and with a cup of coffee is wonderful.
Are those the butter mints?
Well, they're the Andes mints.
Like the little rectangles.
Yeah, the little rectangle ones. Some of them have there's little like chocolate almost stir sticks that you can use for your coffee. I don't stir, but shaken, not stirred.
You think overrated, Heather?
Well, I'm going to admit something. I didn't
love it when
I didn't know the Shamrock Shake was a mint shake. I've never had one.
It's green. What do you think it was?
I thought it was just green for St. Patty's Day.
Green vanilla?
Sure, food coloring just to make a shake green. I thought it was just a vanilla shake that was tinted green. I had no idea it was mint. So, but you know what? I don't mind mint flavored things.
Yeah.
I don't seek them out, clearly. Yeah. I would say they're properly rated. I don't really hear a lot of people raving about mint things.
The only mint flavored things I really like is my tobacco.
Okay.
Sounds delicious. I'm going to say...
Again, with a cup of coffee.
Make sure it's the coffee. I'm going to say properly rated. It is talked about a lot. The Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies, mint toothpaste. When it has actually the mint toothpaste.
What adult is brushing their teeth with
What is underrated though?
Bubblegum.
Yes,
the element of mint.
Thank you.
The element of mint I mentioned is the butter mints. They're outside of Cheryl's desk right now. Those are good. Those are
the ones that melt.
Oh, I could just chomp on those forever.
Those ones? Yeah, those are good.
Ugh.
I think underrated. I think it takes a sophisticated palate to appreciate. It's not your toothpaste. Mint chocolate is a beautiful delicacy in our world.
Mint chocolate chip ice cream.
Thank you.
By far the best flavor.
And the thin mints. All good. All right. How many different brackets are you allowed to fill out?
One. You're allowed one bracket. As long as if you could fill out a number of brackets, but they need to be the same.
What? No. I don't think so.
Multiple bracket person? Yes, that's...
I've only filled out one.
Okay.
One and only. I only have one bracket. However, I was going to fill out another, and I just didn't have time.
Would you have a different champion?
I think so.
Then what do you believe in, really, in life?
I just want to win.
Do you stand for anything, or you're just willing to go with whatever the breeze takes me?
My family was doing one, and I was going to fill out one with them, and I probably would have done a completely different bracket than the bracket I submitted in Stoney's pool. Yes, I think it's all right.
Let me help you out here, Heather. It's called doubling your chances.
Yeah.
Okay. Allowed to fill out. As in bragging rights. Is that what we're talking about here?
Yes, because that's what gets me. You can't go, well...
I picked him.
In my fourth bracket, I actually had the upset. Dude, you don't get any credit for that. You should fill out one sheet of integrity. That's what you believe. It's what you get credit for.
Well, you can't even say. You can't have an opinion.
I'm not going to have one.
But you just did.
But you can get one.
No, you can't have an opinion. If you're not filling out one, then you don't get an opinion.
Boomers are allowed
even though you're agreeing with me.
If you're putting money, if you're betting on it, and you have to pay $10 for each bracket, why not? Put in as many brackets as you want.
Look, I've got a different perspective on this. It's not a prediction. It's a bracket game. It's a game. So you play the game.
But that guy loves to tell you, well, I had Drake. Well, yeah, and one of the 5 you filled out. Congrats. They want to brag at the water cooler. You get no credit for that.
Yeah.
The next question is March Madness. What's something in March that's made you mad?
Ice melting on the lake and my shanty. I didn't get it off fast enough. It started to sink, and so I actually had to go chainsaw it out, and it was an adventure. So that made me very mad. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
No, I didn't. I don't know if I've been really mad this month, but something that kind of made me frustrated. You know how I told you we got this new babysitter?
Yeah.
Months ago, we scheduled 1 month one day each month for a date night. She canceled.
Oh.
We were so excited for this date night that we haven't had in so long.
Yep.
Oh, and it's canceled. So now we're looking for a new sitter.
The weather's getting nicer, and my e-bike is messed up because my son was riding on the back and was carrying this towel rag, whatever, and it got stuck in the spokes, and now it's all jammed up, and I can't undo it, so I got to fix it.
It's a pain in the ass.
Kids.
I went with the Detroit Red Wings. Next question.
Yes.
Would you want to go to space right now if you had to stay for 9 months like those astronauts?
That's a tough one because if I got to do multiple spacewalks and get outside the space machine, then sure. I would love to. I think it would be awesome. I'd love the view. I'd want the ride on the way up there. I want to feel weightlessness. And as we've all learned, we can work remotely. How about doing some shows from space? What's the view? It's pretty good today.
Live from the satellite. It's Heather with the news.
I mean, this is not tough for me at all. It's a hard no.
Really?
Oh, okay.
9 months? I've got to miss out on 9 months of my kids' lives? No, thank you. I'll pass.
Well, that's a big element of this, is 9 months am I cut off from society? Am I just putting my apartment in space? Can I still watch the Red Wings? Why would I want to? But yes, can I still do that? Can I watch the Lions season?
You could still, I'm sure you can stream up there.
I'm going to say no. 9 months is a little lengthy, man. A month I'd probably do.
Yeah, I was going to say, if this was, you go up, you see it, you experience it, come back down, but 9 months too long, I'd say no. What's the ideal trash day?
Monday. No question. I have had a trash day at a number of different days. Monday is the king of all trash days.
Okay, but what if you fill it all? Okay, for us, we do the most, if we have friends over, it's usually on the weekends. So if you have trash day on Monday and you fill it up by the weekend, then you have no trash, you have no room left for all your pizza boxes and your, recycling that you've had that weekend. I've never actually thought about this.
Yeah.
I like our trash day and it's on Thursday.
So we do make more trash over the weekend, and it does build up over the weekend. I like it to be gone on Monday instead of we have the trash build up on the weekend, and then it's got to sit there until Wednesday or Thursday.
I went Tuesday. And the thought is, you have a lot from the weekend, but you don't want to feel like at the end of your weekend, you don't want to have to do one more thing and put the garbage out. Tuesday gives you a chance to settle in, get rid of it.
You do it Monday morning. You roll it out.
Monday morning for us is
on the way to work.
I'd rather do it Monday night.
Like to take out that trash take of yours.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes. What's your day?
Thank you.
Monday's great. By the way, the ideal trash collection time in your house is Sunday night after the Sunday Night Football in America highlights before the game starts. That is a perfect time to do the trash. You're back on your couch watching kickoff.
Yes. Simpatico.
Last question. The party starts at 7. What time do you show up?
7:30. Don't want to be the first. And there's going to be somebody that I'm sure will come later. But if the party starts at 7, kickoff probably isn't until 8:15. So I don't want to have too much small talk before.
Heather?
Yeah, I'm definitely not on time, ever.
Fashionably late.
Always. It would be 7:30 or 7:45. I usually before 8. I wouldn't be an hour late.
Depends how long the party is or what the party's for.
Yeah.
Knowing my wife's and I habits of getting to parties, probably 6:57.
Oh, ooh, really?
Right.
No.
Greg?
You'd be first there.
I wouldn't. No.
First words with the host.
I don't like that because I probably wouldn't be dressed as the host yet. I don't get ready
at
until
6:57.
If the party starts at 7, you better be ready at 7.
I'm upstairs getting dressed. I'm ready
with
at
the door
7.
open. Come
on in, everyone.
6:50. Let's go.
Here.
John, you've called me a dork. I'd be there at 7. I'd be there at 7. It's the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim. And it doesn't matter if it's football season, if it's basketball season, baseball season. It's all these great moments are best at the Circuit Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circuit Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it is in one of the most entertaining places in this world. That's Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
That's Trey Donaldson, Michigan Wolverine. He had a big 3 for the brief moment that Michigan was trailing last night. He delivered. Vlad Golden had a couple offensive rebounds late. Hey, 7 feet. Michigan finds a way to win the game, and the stats on this, they have won 11 straight games decided by 4 points or fewer, 13 for the season, ties an NCAA record. You'd say they can't keep getting away with this, but
they do.
Here they are, survive in advance. What are you taking out of that Michigan game last night? 248-539-9797. John, before we get to that, we have some reaction to the cookie jar.
Oh, good.
Texter says, York peppermint patties are delicious, so a vote for the mint chocolate combo, or just mint in general. Multiple brackets, just hedging your bets. You guys are both right on the brackets. It's more money you pay for each bracket, but you can make as many as you want, but you can't brag about the upsets. That's the trade-off. Right. You have to accept the terms if you're going to do multiple brackets.
Yeah.
I just want to win. You tell him, Heather. That's Robert from Corona. Hey, Heather, you want to tell us about that Clemson pick?
No.
Here's what I think is hilarious is I was listening to Carson Anderson, and you want us to tell us about that pick, and Costa, do you want us to tell us about the UC San Diego pick?
We will have time for that. Yes.
Okay. All right. So it goes both ways. But I was listening to Carson Anderson, and they were making some of their picks, and I heard Gator. I think it was Gator who said, I was thinking about taking McNeese, but I heard Heather in the morning, and we know what the trophy that she has for the picks. So I think I'm going to go with Clemson.
Oh, no.
Your influence, you have now started influencing other shows. You're an influencer.
That's great.
Yeah.
I wish it would have been a better pick.
Well, hey,
but you know what?
Yeah, you can't win them all. You didn't win them all. You just won more than most.
It's true. That's true.
Most in the studio.
In terms of when to arrive at the party, this one says, my grandma told me it was rude to go to a party on time or especially early. You always get there late to give the host extra time to finish things up and clean up.
Yes.
Well, then
don't say 7.
Don't say
7:30.
if you're not gonna be ready.
I'm not going to show up right at 7 as well, but if that's what time the party starts, then that's what time the party should start.
You can show up a little early and then just sit in your car.
That's weird.
Could you show up and then offer to help?
I get dressed last minute. I'm doing everything else. I'm prepping the food. I'm cleaning the house. I'm getting everything going in sweatpants, right?
Yeah, because you don't want to spill on yourself.
Then all of a sudden, it's like, oh my gosh,
But you can't be mad at a guest.
6:50. I better get dressed. And so if the doorbell rings at 6:55 and I'm still throwing on my shirt,
if you're not dressed, I would expect more people to show up early.
I'm not answering the door until 7.
But at 7,
unless I'm dressed and ready to go,
but at
which
7,
I'm normally not.
I'm not rude if I'm showing up when you told me to show up.
No, at 7, you're fine.
Okay.
No,
I don't
look.
I don't like it
Colin
early.
will answer the door.
You can put it back and set it whatever you want. 7, 7:15, 7:30. Whatever time you set, the host, and as someone who has taken a part in a lot of house gatherings at their house, the host could always use just 10 more minutes.
Yep.
It's true.
Tex says, I have a fantasy football draft every year, and I have to tell certain owners that think like John that the draft starts a half hour earlier because they're going to show up late.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, but that's that's apples to oranges. If the draft starts at 7, then if you're not going to be there, then you better have it on your phone ready to make your picks. You're not going to delay the start of the draft.
And if the draft starts at 7, you got to be there before 7 because you get in,
Yeah, party starts at 6:30. Draft kicks off at 7 or 7:15.
That's the way to do it. Texter says, Jerry and Ypsilanti, big celebrities like John don't want to arrive too early and have to talk to us little people. Just be glad he's there at all.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to you.
I'm always late. I will be late for my funeral. I will be late to I'm late to everything except work usually. I'm here by 6.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm imagining Ghost Heather.
Yeah, Ghost Heather, yes.
You started already without
Yes.
me. Ooh.
I thought we were going to get Dickie V there. Almost close.
Almost, baby. We almost had it. Michigan playing UC San Diego. The Tritons. King Triton, their mascot. He's Ariel's dad, the Little Mermaid. I tell you what, this team, they're not Little Mermaids, baby. They're not Little Mermaids. They're not Little Mermaids, baby.
We might hear that later today on Who Said It.
That would be incredible. If David is up early, please pull that for your show later. John, your thoughts on King Triton and that game?
Yeah. The Triton wasn't very effective.
By the way, it was kind of a pathetic little 3D printed
Triton?
plastic fork thing.
I know. Looked more like a spork.
Which is kind of the way their logo looks. It's kind of a cheap logo. The game came down to the final possession. What did you make of it?
All I made of it was Michigan won. And Michigan was exactly what we thought they would be throughout the course of the game. And what did we know? Hey, they're going to build a lead. Sometimes it happens in the first half. Sometimes it's going into halftime. Yesterday it was going into halftime. They're up 14. Sometimes it's in the second half where they make a run and you're like, oh, okay, they're going to put this game away. Oh, wait, no, we got to make it exciting. We got to turn the ball over. We got to miss free throws. We got to give you opportunities. And then we'll have late second heroics. That's what Michigan, you already mentioned it, 11 times they've won 4 points or less. The last night was just the next one.
Or just the latest one. I want to make sure I give them credit because you do have to find a way to win these games. And Donaldson's shot was big, and he's had a couple big shots in this little 4-game run they're on. Vlad Golden, when it mattered most, he grabbed the offensive rebounds. He made a couple free throws, which no easy thing last night for Michigan.
And when you're going to be a team with this type of flaws, can't make your free throws, you shoot 55% from the line, you're a team that turns the ball over at a pace of almost 2-to-1 of your opponent, you're going to have to get some help. And the help they got last night was a team that's really good at the three, wasn't good at the three.
That was my first takeaway watching that game, is it was 10-0 in a blink. They went 1 of 12 from 3 to start that game. I'm going, this is the team that won 15 in a row. This is the 30-win, trendy 12-5 pick.
But who did they win them against?
Well, and that's what you realize. And true story, I went to look up some pronunciations for some of their guys before we talked about them.
You didn't do this before? When you were making your broad, proclamations about UC San Diego and how they're the team that's going to the 12 that's going to upset the 5?
2 days ago, I was doing this. I was looking up the pronunciations before we did our glass slipper deal yesterday.
And yet you stayed with it.
And the clip, it should have been a dead giveaway. It's like a low-budget broadcast, stream only. They got the graphics wrong, and the broadcaster has to correct the graphics on the air. That should have been the dead giveaway, that they haven't played anybody, that they don't belong in this game. And it looked that way for a half. But Michigan's going to Michigan. And they blow big leads, and they don't make their free throws, and they still turn the ball over twice as much as the opponent. And it's why I'll give them all the credit for winning these games, but I can't in good conscience tell you they're going to keep doing this. They can't keep doing this.
Well, for UC San Diego, they're the Big West. You have to have UC or Cal in your name to be in that conference. They got UC San Diego, UC Irvine, UC Riverside, UC Santa Barbara, UC Davis, Cal Poly, Cal State Bakersfield, Cal State Fullerton, Cal State Northridge. The only one that's not, and in basketball, I don't know why they're in it, but Hawaii.
What happened to me is what happens to people. Oh, there you go. There's the exception. What happened to me is what I think happens to a lot of people this time of year. You look at all these teams, you can't possibly have watched all the Cinderellas or the double-digit mid-majors, and you lean on paper more than you are breaking down X's and O's of all these small schools. And I fell for it hook, line, and sinker for the trendy 12 seed. And I kind of felt like what it must be like if you bought a meme coin. You're like, oh, this is the next big thing. You see San Diego. Huck to a coin, rug pull, me last night. And I lose the bet by 0.5 point. Michigan pulls away and wins by 3. Of course they do with a 2.5 point spread.
Hurts.
You don't sound like you have any
sympathy no,
for me at all.
No.
I'm not surprised.
No sympathy for anybody that loses on a gamble.
All right, guys, open lines, 248-539-9797. Some takeaways from day one of the tournament, and, of course, a focus on Michigan. As you watched them play last night, are you going, hey, this team can go on a run, they find ways to win, or are you in the camp of, they're going to lose the next one, man. They can't keep doing this. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Michigan basketball surviving a late-night upset bid in the NCAA tournament, winning 68-65 over UC San Diego in Denver in the round of 64. Vlad Golden putting up 14 points, Roddy Gale Jr. 11 off the bench, and Trey Donaldson hitting a big three-pointer late to help fend off their opponent. They call Trey the gamer in the locker room, apparently. Next up for U of M, they face Texas A&M in the next round tomorrow afternoon for the right to earn a trip to the Sweet 16. No problems for the 1 or 2 seeds that played yesterday. Auburn, Houston, St. John's, and Tennessee all moving on. No issue. The biggest upsets were number 11 Drake over Missouri and the 12-seeded McNeese Cowboys taking out number 5 Clemson. McNeese did lead 31-13 at the half, ended up winning only by 2. Michigan State held an open practice in Cleveland yesterday. They're going to take the floor tonight against Bryant University at 10 p.m. for their opener. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Eight o'clock hour. It's a Friday. We want to hear from Michigan fans. As you're waking up from your slumber, as you're making your way into work, maybe a little groggy, what'd you take from that? Do you feel like, boy, this team finds ways to win? It's what March is all about. They can go on a run, I believe. Or is it, this team can't keep getting away with it? I know better. I love my team, but I don't think they're going to make it even another round. Where are you at? How far does this team go? 248-539-9797.
Well, we know you'll take the next opportunity to hate on them.
They're going to lose to Texas A&M. Did you hear that? The Aggies are going to gobble up all the offensive rebounds.
Not
John,
nearly as much of a stretch as the 12 over the 5.
The spread's
Rematch
only,
of the 1995 Alamo Bowl.
spread's only a couple points difference.
That one hurt, too. That was loud.
Yeah, that was
12th man was a real thing.
John?
Riverwalk was cool, though.
You haven't been afraid to call Michigan soft at times this season. Texas
Dusty
A&M,
May has called him soft.
Texas A&M's a tough team. They don't shoot well. They go into these lulls, but they're a tough team. So there's my selling point. Michigan loses their next game.
So this could be a carbon copy of Michigan, Nebraska, where you just go long stretches, painful stretches, where no one is scoring, and the opportunities to add to a lead, to create a lead, to get a lead, just simply aren't there because Texas A&M will go 4, 5, 6 minute stretches without scoring. They'll take shots, they'll just miss them, and they'll have these cold stretches. Well, so will Michigan, and that's what's frustrating. Is there are opportunities in every game, and this is what happens when you're talking about a team that's not they're not built to win a national title. They're trying to make a deeper run as they possibly can. They'll end the season and look back and say, "Hey, what year one for Dusty May win?"
Sure.
But it's the frustration, and sometimes it's just college basketball right now where it's just not very good. And when you get two teams that struggle offensively, it could be a painful watch. That's why I referenced the Nebraska game. That might have been the worst college basketball game I've seen in a decade because it was brutally painful because there were so many opportunities where you could make a 2-point lead, a 4-point lead, but you didn't. Or you could make a 4-point lead, a 6 or an 8 or a 9-point lead, and you just didn't. And you just allowed a team to continue to hang around. And Texas A&M will hang around because they're aggressive. They're aggressive defensively, and they are aggressive on the boards. And if you're not hitting, they're not hitting. You're not getting second chances offensively.
And they are.
Yeah, that's where you enter the frustration stage.
For a team with 2 7-footers, Michigan gives up offensive rebounds, and that would be the thing that A&M could do to topple them.
One of the things that I can appreciate about Michigan State when I watch them play is they do the basics, right? You shoot. What do you do after you shoot? You know where that ball is going more than anybody else. You follow your damn shot. And that's what somewhat frustrates me about Michigan. When a shooter shoots, now I know that there's things defensively. Hey, if your guard shoots and he's the first guy supposed to be back on defense, like you're not going to necessarily follow the shot. But when you're a 7-footer and you shoot a 3, follow your shot. Like do the basics. And that's what frustrates me is there are opportunities for offensive rebounds. It's not like I don't think Texas A&M just does such a great job of boxing out that they don't give you an opportunity. It's just that they want it more. Michigan State, that's one of the things that they do is they box out. They do the little things defensively, on rebounds. They pass the ball. It's just that's why I think they're a team that's built to go deeper. They're more talented. That's part of it.
248-539-9797. We'll check some ticket texts and phone calls from Michigan fans. We also just have some general takeaways from day one of the tournament, and I think the headline is kind of a dud. Mm-hmm. So 11 of the 16 games were 10-plus point scores.
Yeah.
Margins. The average game was decided by 15 points yesterday, and our only upsets, which is what we look for this time of year, are your classic 12-5, one of them, McNeese.
Picked it.
Yep, you did. You're all over it. You and the boombox guy.
Mm-hmm.
He has one bracket, so we can say that.
Yes.
And the other one was 11 seed Drake. So we really haven't seen. Of course he did. Pat yourself on the back. My point, though, is we didn't see a lot of close games. We didn't see some buzzer beaters. We didn't see some upsets. Kind of a dud, right? Which means today, we can't have back-to-back duds. Today is going to be a hell of a day.
So what was the best game yesterday?
Oddly enough, the game I enjoyed watching most was Arkansas and Kansas.
Yeah, same here.
And you said, college basketball can be maddening at times. To watch Kansas break out a zone for like the first time all season, and Arkansas acted like there were 7 players on the floor.
What is offense?
Yeah.
Was there like,
what do we do? Let's not put anybody in the middle. Let's just stand statically and throw the pass across the defense into the zone. It was crazy. And Calipari's not a new coach. He's been around long enough. But that game will now give us old school Italians going toe-to-toe in the second round. We get Patino and Calipari. So it all worked out.
Yeah. It'll be fun. That second round, that match, the coaching matchup is one of those. That'll be fun. I as well thought the Arkansas-Kansas game was the best game yesterday because it was one of those that was back and forth. Good or bad, it was back and forth. And how about you kept hearing the stat, Hunter Dickinson has yet to score in the second half. Hunter Dickinson has yet to score in the second half. And then they get with like a minute left. Hunter Dickinson has yet to score in the second half. And then he shoots the 3.
They were playing better without him in the game.
Yeah. And my wife, who had picked Kansas and I had picked Arkansas, so we had a little debate going back and forth, a little needling here and there.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, who was Hunter Dickinson throwing the ball to? Who was he throwing the ball to?
She's getting mad.
And then, your 7-footer takes a 3. Does he shoot 3s? I'm like, actually, he does. Doesn't hit him a lot, but he does shoot them. And in brick, building a house.
Feels like he's been playing since before COVID. Does he have? He has no more eligibility left, right? He's done.
I believe he was.
Was he playing before COVID?
No. 21 that season was the first time I remember him. And I thought I remembered him being a true freshman, but
are we sure he didn't play with Trey Burke? I think he might have.
He might have committed to Tommy Amaker's Michigan team.
Let's talk some Michigan hoops with you guys. Al and Livonia, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, morning, guys. Love the show. The storylines of the turnovers and the missed free throws, they speak for themselves. And maybe you made this point. I've been in and out of my car. It wasn't just the 9 or whatever free throws we missed, but so many of them were front ends. And Danny had 3 front ends. So it was the opportunity cost on the second ones we didn't get. So it was even worse than what the stats showed. Mm-hmm. But I feel like I did going into the Big Ten tournament. I mean, I wasn't really super optimistic, but they found a way. And there have been games where they won one of those with only 6 turnovers. There have been games when they shot free throws better. So I think they're capable of it. But the main thing is the point. They keep winning these close ones. The cheese gets binding at the end, and they find a way. And we got guys who are willing to take the shot. Trey is showing that, Vlad, and they got more than that. Plus, here's my last point, is they've had some more balanced scoring. All 7 or 8 of the guys who are playing are always getting on the score sheet, between 5 and 14. So I think there's some good things. I mean, I'm not Pollyanna optimistic, but I am hopeful we'll win the next game. It's when we get into the Auburns and the MSUs down the road where I think it becomes tighter. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, Al.
And thanks for the analogy. John
cheese
loves
gets binding.
Cheese binding.
Yeah, that's a great analogy.
You heard that?
Well, I've felt it.
I like it as an analogy, though.
I do too.
You haven't heard it that way. Uh-huh. A team coming together is like the cheese binding late in the game.
I do think that Michigan, I've had this thought about them. Apparently, maybe they need to play like the Steve Nash Mavericks, where you shoot the ball in the first 10 seconds of the shot clock. Not going to turn the ball over then.
Right.
I do think they got a little better in the second half of taking care of the basketball.
I think only 5 turnovers in the second half.
Which is an improvement. Improvement, not perfection, is my way.
Ironically, that's when UC San Diego made their comeback.
Well, yeah.
But in regards to the front ends of the one-on-ones, and here's where the concern is with Texas A&M, a team that is fast, that is speed, like they're just going to throw bodies at them. If we foul them, so what? If we get into the bonus, so what? They'll miss the front end of a one-on-one. Like, until you make a team pay, until you make them change their philosophy, that's just what they're going to do. They're going to keep throwing bodies at them.
248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says, can't lie, I like seeing Hunter Dickinson lose. One of the takeaways from the tournament.
I agree.
Someone said, we're still waiting on Jack Golke. Who's that guy going to be this season?
Yeah. And by the way, Hunter Dickinson's first year was COVID year, 2020.
Texter points out started in 2020. So, yeah, he has been playing since COVID. Yeah. The Texter says, with Michigan, the refs didn't want to allow Golden to defend anything. How do you keep a game close when one team's bigger than the other? You ref the game like that. Mark in Huron Township.
We're going to go that route.
Look, I'll say this. I think there are a couple times of what he's referring to, Golden. I thought I saw him jump up vertically. Those are things he did in the Big Ten tournament. He got called in this game yesterday. There was a situation where the layup, very end of the game, one of their last possessions. Not called. He went over the back about 5 seconds early, which was also not called. Would have fouled him out. I'll call it a wash.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The game felt like they officiated it kind of ticky-tack for most of it, and then at the very end, just a complete...
Let him play.
Yeah, just go ahead, see what happens. And I think it favored Michigan because they have the size edge with Vlad at the end of the game.
And Tate Jones got fouled out on a ticky-tack call.
That was incredibly ticky-tack. That's their leading scorer, their best player. They played better without him on the floor, but I'm sure they would have liked to have him as an option down the stretch. 248-539-9797. We got thoughts on Michigan's game, and really the question is, do you feel like, boy, this is a team that figures out ways to win and you think they can go on a run? Or even as a big Michigan fan, you see they're gonna be bounced any day now because they just can't keep getting away with it. Bottom of the hour, 90% of Americans agree on something? That never happens.
Yeah.
It's 97.1.
Hey, if your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, and maybe you've already turned on that AC a couple of times, we know that the heat's back on. I know you, Jimmy. Do what I did and call the team and the experts at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their own work with a 5-year warranty now through April 15th. Buy a new furnace or AC, and you're going to get half off of installation. They've got generators in stock as well. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate or check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Brian Bush, survive in advance. Late last night, the Wolverines come away with a nail-biter. Up 14 at the half, but as Michigan basketball does, always makes it interesting. Always lets the other team back in the game. And the question we've asked Wolverine fans is, which statement better describes how you feel about your team? Boy, they find ways to win. That's what March is all about. They are in a position to go on a run here. Or they can't keep getting away with it. They're going to be eliminated here in short order. Because it's a little bit of both.
Yep.
That last night was everything Michigan basketball has been all season in a nutshell, in one game, in 40 minutes.
Exciting and a win.
And they win more than they lose. 11 straight wins in games decided by 4 or fewer. 13 on the season ties an NCAA record. So it's there for you. We are going to get into Heather's news and something that 90% of Americans agree on. 835. I feel like that doesn't exist.
Reaching across the aisle.
How about that? I hate to do this. We played Alex Bregman audio yesterday, and we said it was kind of a salt in the wound, him saying he was going to be in Detroit up until the last 30 minutes. There's not Bregman audio, but more audio that is salt in the wound. Now, John, you saw this article.
I did.
This was Detroit News. They have a Tigers podcast, and they had Al Avila on.
I read the printed version, and I then saw that it was in podcast form, and I thought, I can't listen to it as well.
So one member of the station already pulled the audio and used it for a topic. I'm sure you can guess who that was.
Does his last name start and end with an R?
Ref Jeager. So we do have the audio in the system. Let's play it here before we get to the news. This is Al Avila. There's 2 cuts. Just play them back to back, talking about chasing Correa, settling for Baez, and then even the red flags that Avila himself had before they paid Javi.
And boy, did he ever.
Well, it's just the hip. So now that the hip's good, everything will be all right. No, this is the point. Al Avila had his trusted sources saying, he's going the wrong way, and they still gave him a 6-year deal.
Yes.
And we're still paying for that.
With player opt-outs, no team options.
Right. Good for the player, bad for the team. And it all stemmed because it sounds like he didn't have the green light to chase Correa. So they needed a shortstop, and they paid a player they knew was flawed. But it also kind of,
hedges bets on that one. Like if I could have convinced the player, meaning Correa, I think I would have been able to also convince ownership.
Yeah. And
then we're left with, the scraps, whatever's left. Well, we got to go out and sign somebody. This seemed like a very desperate move that even though people were telling him he is falling off, the swing and miss is there. It was, I'm going to gamble on this because I've got no other option.
Desperate's a great word. That's what it was.
It was a desperation move, and now he's gone, and we're still living with Javi Baez.
Yep, and expecting to see more Javi Baez. Okay, let me just put this out there. If you think we've been too negative with the Tigers, we're less than a week away from the season. We did try to inject some positivity. Odyssey Rewind, 7 o'clock hour.
Spin City.
Hey, we said maybe we're missing something. Let us know. ESPN says they're one of the breakout teams. Let us know. If you're a baseball guy or girl and you want to go back, it's in the Odyssey Rewind. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Detroit has been named one of the top 5 pizza cities in America.
Uh-huh.
Pretty incredible. Detroit came in 4th place in a tie with Buffalo, New York, right behind Rochester, New York, Philadelphia, and Boston. But we came ahead of places like New Haven, Connecticut, Chicago, and even New York City.
You spent all that money.
You could have had it right here.
Traveling out east for pizza, and you could have just stayed here and had better pizza.
What I'll say, New Haven's got like 2 places that are very, very good. Detroit has awesome places, wall to wall, all over our city. They deserve to be ranked higher.
Yes. So this was all according to Clever Real Estate, and they looked at a whole bunch of different metrics, right? The number of pizzerias per capita, the average price of a large cheese and pepperoni pizza, Google searches related to, they looked at all, and they surveyed people too. So we had a pizza passion score of 80.6 out of 100.
Oh,
Strong.
Yeah.
pizza passion.
Now, the thing is, though, is it does say, according to this survey, that Detroit was ranked number 1 in the past. So we've
going the wrong way.
fallen a couple spots. We were number 1 in 2022 and 2023.
Probably because buddies went round.
You called them sellouts?
Did that happen everywhere?
No, I think it's only
like
2
a couple
locations. Yeah,
locations.
the test markets.
Okay, because they need to test it in Clarkston because I would eat it.
Okay.
Because Colin likes buddies a lot. I don't enjoy it.
I love the corners.
Because I don't like
8 square.
You don't like the deeper, but it's
No.
I love Detroit style pizza because you're right. You get the corner, you get the crunch, you still get the doughy. It's not a casserole like Chicago. It's the perfect.
Let's not throw Chicago pizza too far under the bus.
Well, I noticed she didn't bring them up in the top 5.
No,
they're
it's-
not.
And the other thing is we also have, if you don't like the brick cheese Detroit style pizza, we have plenty of places that do your classic hand tossed pie or even the New York
They do.
slices. We have a variety here.
We do. I do agree with that. 2 Georgia football players were suspended indefinitely from all team activities on Thursday after being involved in driving-related arrests. So sophomore wide receiver Nitro Tuggle was arrested on reckless driving and speeding charges early Thursday.
Guy with the nickname Nitro.
I know.
We should have saw this coming.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then a freshman, Marquise Easley, was reportedly involved in a vehicle crash on Monday night. And Coach Kirby Smart has said that he has struggled to find ways to convince his players to slow down and drive safely.
I every time I see these headlines, I'm not surprised. It's always something. And it's always speeding.
Yeah.
The happiest country in the world is not the U.S. Every year since 2012, Gallup has put out a World Happiness Report,
Yep.
which ranks how people in more than 140 countries evaluate the quality of their lives. And for the 8th year in a row, Finland is number 1. They are happy. Denmark, number 2. Iceland, number 3. And then the rest of the top 10, Sweden, the Netherlands, Costa Rica, Norway, Israel, Luxembourg, and Mexico. All the top 5 or top 10. U.S., we're number 24 out of 147. So relatively speaking, we're not like super unhappy. We're just not at the top. And this is our lowest rank since they've been doing this 12 years ago. So our happiness level has fallen over the past 12 years.
Mexico's in the top 10?
It is.
But we're still ranked. We got a number next to our
Well,
name.
then why do they want to come here so bad?
We got to pick up a couple wins to move up in the AP top 25 here. We're hanging on by a thread.
Yeah.
Ken Palm likes U.S. though.
Oh, okay. There you go.
The least happy countries, Afghanistan, Sierra Leone, Lebanon, Zimbabwe.
Places you wouldn't vacation.
I would love to go to do a safari
Would
in
you?
Zimbabwe. That is my dream trip.
Huh.
Yeah. It will happen. It was going to happen a while ago, and then
Then you had kids.
things happened. Yeah, and then kids came into my world and ruined all my vacation plans. How dare they? Listen to this. According to a new survey, your age is a good indicator of how well you tip. Okay, so baby boomers, those are 61 to 79-year-olds. They're the worst tippers. They tip an average of 16.4%, and they're also the most likely age group to never tip. If there
What
is
age
a
group is that again?
Baby
61
boomers.
Baby boomers?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Millennials, on the other hand, are the best tippers. Of
course we are.
Averaging 19.49%.
Because they're living in mom's basement. They got nothing else to spend their money on. They can't.
Excuse me? I'm not living in my mom's basement.
Okay, maybe you guys aren't. You're the exception to the rule.
Well, the reason they're living in their mom's basement is because the boomers handed them a lousy situation.
We're also the most reliable tippers, Jim. We'll tip pretty much, across
every
the board,
time,
whether
constant, yeah.
whether it's at a restaurant or a hotel or basically anything. We're good tippers. Followed by Gen Z. Gen X, John, which is yours, is up there right after baby boomers. So
Okay.
not great tippers, but not the worst.
Okay.
Anyway,
Just a little more
then
logical.
the poll also looked at which states have the best and worst tippers. Delaware is the best tipping state in all of the U.S., 21.25%.
What's the worst?
California and Washington are the lowest tipping states. And then I've got a couple other stats. 79% of us always or usually leave a tip at a sit-down place.
Yeah.
63% said they do the same at fast food restaurants.
What?
Really?
55% usually tip delivery drivers, and
Okay.
23% tip when you get takeout.
Sure.
7% of Americans say they never tip.
What percentage?
7.
Okay. A lot of numbers with tipping. In fact, we have a little more on that coming up next. It's 97.1. Hanging out on a Friday. Good morning. Thanks for hanging out with us. We got the cookie jar in an hour. 9 o'clock, we'll get back into the Michigan Wolverines and the tournament. John, you saw a study.
Yes.
Survey.
There was a new survey from Wallet Hub. It's one that, we use their surveys quite a bit. And it found that nearly 9 in 10, 90% of Americans think that the tipping culture has gotten out of hand.
Show of hands, who in the studio thinks it's gotten out of hand? All of us.
Yes, 100% in the studio. Not that you shouldn't tip, but I think some of the numbers that you just shared in the news are ones where I would disagree with. Fast food. To me, that's not one where like you prepare the food, you hand it to somebody at the counter. What is the service? Like there's no table service. And so and I when you order, like on the apps, I always make fun of the apps. You order the app and so that you can get there and pick it up. When you do, there's always this on a lot of the apps. I don't think it's on all of them, but some of them have a spot to leave a tip. And it's the check the box. It's 10%, 15%, 18%, 20%. There's even one for like 25%. And I'm like, wait a second here. I'm just picking up fast food. I think just even being offered the opportunity seems like it's overdone.
Well, you see, the ones that get me more than the app, because I can do that in private. I hate when I'm picking up takeout. I get takeout quite a bit. And they swivel that iPad and they look at you like, you can leave a tip. And I'm like,
0.
Okay. And then you got to sign it and swivel it back around and they see right there. I hate that. The face to face.
Oh,
no, thank you.
You didn't leave a tip.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Bad person.
Yeah, I think
Shame.
before pickup, yeah.
But it's at places like self-serve ice cream stores. And they do that. I'm like, I just created my own ice cream right here. I did this.
And then I had to wait for you to measure it.
Yes. And then you swivel your iPad around and do I want to leave you a 20% tip? And I say no. I don't like that when I'm like face to face. Yeah, I feel, and I don't think that and I think that servers are at places like that, they feel bad about it too. I think that they feel the same way, but
I still believe the table service, when you go to a sit down restaurant and you're getting service, like, you get refills and, is there anything you like? You like some more bread? All of that is 100% that's a tipping situation because you are being served.
Always.
And I always start at 15%. And then if it's even, marginally good, I'll usually go up to 20. The only time, and I usually never, I have gone out before where I leave less than maybe 10%, but that's if it's been a horrific experience.
Maybe this is where this generation thing comes in because I'm surprised. I'm a 20% tipper.
Minimum
Always. Like, even if I have a bad experience, I mean, okay, if it's
You're
like.
Gonna reward them for bad service.
I've never had such a bad experience where I feel like this was so awful, you deserve nothing. Like, I've never had
rare,
that.
But it has happened before.
So I'm always a 20%.
I feel like it was drilled into we're the same generation, millennials' heads, like, oh, you have to tip 20%.
Always. So like,
even
that's
when you
my
said 15,
baseline.
I'm going,
20,
I would never tip 15%.
Me neither.
I know what maybe
when
it's
did it jump up
generational.
to like 20%? Like that's the standard because I think obviously I wasn't tipping when I was growing up, but I remember it being like, okay, what's 10%? And then it was 15. Now it's 20.
It is well, okay. So the average, I have that in my little study. I think the overall average, like across the U.S., is 18.9%.
Which is probably why, and I always thought it was kind of a weird number, 18%. Why do they offer 18%?
Oh, like when
as the automatic check the box.
They'll do like an 18, 20, 22, and like you said, some will even get crazier.
Well, there's
than
always
that.
like a 15, a 18, a 20, and then a 25.
Yeah. I mean, as long as I've ever paid for food, so like 16 and up, basically you drive somewhere and you buy something, it was 10% times 2, right? You move the decimal times 2. So it was always 20% is what I've pretty standard. But I understand the fatigue factor with it all because I have no issue paying 20% at a sit-down restaurant or on a delivery. Someone who's going to bring me food while I sit on my ass on my couch, fine, I'm going to give you a tip. But if it's one of these situations where I'm doing the work, I'm driving to pick it up, I'm building the ice cream, or I saw someone say like a Subway, we built this sandwich together, buddy. I'm not tipping you 20%. Like, that's when it gets to be a bit much.
Yes, that's it.
You pick up an ice cream cone and it's a $3 cone and I got to tip you on that. You're just handing me the cone through the window.
Now, let me ask you this. So like when I get a coffee, right, it's black coffee. It's not a difficult thing to mix or make. It's literally put the cup under it, hit the spigot, and it's full. You put the lid on it. So I don't tip for that. Now, if you have an exotic drink where you're asking for light foam, light sugar, this sweetener, heavy this, heavy that, would that change your thought on tipping for a coffee drink?
My gut says no.
See, I would almost change on that, but I don't do it. But if I'm with somebody and they do that, where it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a lot of this, a lot of that, I would, if I'm ordering on an app, that's when I would actually include a tip for something like that.
Well, same kind of theory then. Okay, you're at a bar and you get a beer and they crack open the beer and they hand it to you. That's not the same thing as if they're muddling the mint or they're building your old fashioned. Do you tip more based on what type of drink you order at a bar?
Oh, an old fashioned, definitely. A good old fashioned, that's going to get you a good tip.
Oh, that's your jam. So like you tip more on an old fashioned than a beer.
Sure. I don't think so.
It.
Yeah. I mean, at the bar, I normally, that's standard for me, 15%, even if it's just a bunch of beers. Because they're serving you, they're coming back, making sure that your drink is not empty. And the good bartenders will do that. Oh, looks like you're almost done. Would you like another one? Yeah. Why, yes, I would.
I feel like when I was younger and you go to get cheap drinks, the rule was like $1 a drink. But now that ratio doesn't work. If you like, some of these drinks are way more expensive than that.
Expensive.
Yeah.
Wait. Say that again. $1 a drink?
Yeah.
For like a tip.
Yeah, like a tip.
Oh.
Like you give me this.
Okay.
Yeah, so you get like a $4, $5 drink, you throw $1 on top, that's the tip. You had 3 or 4 drinks, you tip $3 or $4. But now if you go to some of these places, I mean, a cocktail's 10, 12, 15,
more.
18. I've seen $18 cocktails.
Depends what you're ordering in it.
Sure, of course. So where do you draw the line? And I get why 90% of Americans think this has gone too far. Mm-hmm. So where are you guys at? 248-539-9797. Where do you draw your line with this stuff? And what is that line apparently?
Yeah, what is the line?
15%, 20%?
Yeah, what is the appropriate tip? Standard to start with. Good takes you up, bad takes you down.
I always thought it was 20%. So
Me too.
This article that I had also says the general rule for tipping is at least 15%. And when I read that,
Right.
I thought, what? I thought it was at least 20%. So
when you said 18 is the average, to me I
18
read
is
that
the
as 20 is what we're doing and boomers are ticking it down to 18. Because you said they're the worst tippers.
They are.
So I feel like 20 is...
Got to have money for your bracket.
We doing the avocado toast reset here too? 248-539-9797. Steve in Berkeley, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Jim, you probably are aware of this being another season ticket holder, but at LCA, no matter what concessions you get, if I get a super slice from the Little Caesars, they bring up the screen option and it says, push the button to tip, and zero is not an option. It's like 10%, 18%,
Other.
15%, and then you have to click other and then zero before it's great. It's fantastic. Love that.
I've been there. You got, come on, I'm picking the slice is right there. We're not doing this like, come on. I've been there,
Awful.
Steve. Yeah, I think that's one of those that really gets you too. And he's right about them putting extra hoops to jump through because they want people to go, it's just easier to hit
10% at least, right?
Not 0, 0, 0, enter all the other hoops. Let's get to Kevin in Sterling Heights. Kevin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, a lot of the servers get only paid like $3 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a problem tipping servers, but someone who's getting paid a full wage, minimum wage, whatever it is, they're getting paid to do that job. Why do I tipping them more to do their job?
You're right.
It just doesn't make sense. And as far as the like LCA, all of those people working in the concessions are volunteers trying to raise money for a club or whatever. So they're looking at getting a tip so they can get more money for their club.
I don't think all of them are. I think some of them are LCA employees.
True. Some of at Ford Field, the ones that are outside businesses.
Oh, sure, that's
different. They do have, but I'm talking about like, what's the one where they do pulled pork and everything there at Ford Field? They have employees there, but they also have volunteers working to raise money for their club.
I won't dispute that some people that's the case, but my understanding was most people are getting paid to work the concession stands when you go to the ballpark or you go to the football game.
Oh yeah, and if I see, I mean, like there's a bunch of kids there, and you could tell that they're working to raise money for whether it's the Girl Scouts, the Boy Scouts, their little league team, whatever it might be,
fundraiser, whatever.
Yeah, you throw them a few extra dollars.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's just supporting your community.
I think his first point's an interesting one. There's this like understanding that when you go out to eat, the server's wage is low and they're dependent on tips.
Right. Tip dependent.
So when servers do because isn't that going to pass, or has it passed, where servers are going to make minimum wage? So are we not going to be tipping anymore? Aren't servers going to be making way more money very
maybe
soon?
it's passed, but I don't think it's in effect yet.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
isn't
caught up.
Because isn't that a thing? Isn't that coming?
Yes,
where servers are going to be making whatever minimum wage is.
Right.
So is that going to change
so does
how
that,
you tip?
Right.
Tip
is
less?
that going to be changing tipping culture?
You would think.
If you
or is it so
go by what
ingrained?
this man says, where you don't tip people who are being paid for their job.
But it's a good point by him, because, wait, now I got to subsidize your employees? Just pay your employees, right? It's different with the servers and they have lower wages than the minimum wage, and that's part of kind of the contract between, patrons and restaurants is, okay, we'll pay the tip because they're underpaid. But if they're not underpaid, then...
Did you guys ever work a tipped job? Have you ever worked one where you were receiving
paper
tips?
route. Yeah.
Oh, people tipped you on paper routes?
Oh, yeah. This is back when it was not all, electrically paid. You actually had to go door to door to collect for the paper route.
You didn't just throw them from your bike?
Well, no, yeah, we'd throw the paper, or I'd put the paper where they wanted it. So when I would go up and collect for the paper, they would say, "Hey, would you mind putting the paper on my front door, or would you put it in the mailbox?" No problem. And then you get the tip.
A lot of phone calls, a lot of your thoughts. 248-539-9797. 90% of Americans say tipping culture has gone too far. Where do you draw the line? It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you deserve someone who cares about you. It's KG Law. The phone number, 877-KG-CARES. Check them out online, 877-KGCares.com. Online, you'll see results, you'll see testimonials. But having talked to Lawrence KG, you know this guy cares about the people he helps. He started practicing law in Michigan, and he's done things differently by always putting clients' needs ahead of personal profit, because he cares about you. The greatest satisfaction he has is helping clients get their life back while attaining, of course, the best settlement possible. That's a big part of this. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law now. KGCares.com. That's spelled K-A-J-Y, KGCares.com. survey from Wallet Hub says 90% of Americans think tipping culture has gone too far. Not that they're against tipping.
No.
But the instances, the frequency, how this has evolved, people aren't happy. You can't find 90% of people to agree on anything, but people have issues with tipping. And we talked about it. We got phone calls to get to. Top of the hour, we'll get into the Michigan Wolverines and some of the madness. 20% is kind of my thing. Mm-hmm. John, you said 15 is where you start.
Yeah, that's where I start. Yeah.
We're both going to tip when we go out and sit down at a restaurant. We're both going to tip when food gets delivered to our doorstep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
But when we get the iPad flipped around and someone's just handing us something, that's when it feels excessive.
Yeah, fast food, or you're doing the work of, you order it, but you pick it up.
Yeah. And there's this idea, at least the way I've always looked at it, the server isn't getting even minimum wage. They rely on tips, so it's part of the social contract that we will tip. Mm-hmm. But people have brought up, well, what happens when someone isn't paid a server minimum wage?
They're paid actual wage.
Are we still tipping? Is it less? Is it not at all? What do we do? So there's all kinds of tipping questions, and we've got phone calls to get to. 248-539-9797. Paul in Harper Woods, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good.
Hey, I'm a home service tech, handyman. But what I've noticed just in the last 10 years is the amount of people who have been offering me tips after I get done completing the work. And about, like I was telling the screener there that about 10 years ago, I started noticing this happening. And now it seems like every job that I go to, somebody, saying, hey, you did a great job. What's my bill? And, you tell them the bill and they pay, and then they want to, give you like an extra $50, $100 or something like that. And, I'll be honest with you, depending on the neighborhood will determine if I take it or not. But for the most part, I don't take them because I'm comfortable with what I'm making, and I don't feel like I should be pulling any more out of anybody's pockets, whether they feel obligated to give it to me or not. So to me, tipping, it's just getting nuts. If you ask me, it's just getting way out of control.
Yeah, I mean, I've always wondered that as well. When somebody comes out to fix the heat, the AC, or something of that nature, when they leave, like you're paying an hourly wage, and whatever your rate is.
I was going to say, and on top of that, first of all, okay, let's take your heating and cooling. Your service call is going to average about $160 just for the guy to pull in your driveway. Mm-hmm. Then if he has to pull out tools and stuff like that, now you're talking, hourly, half hour, whatever, plus service call, plus parts and everything else like that. So in a heating and cooling cost, you could go easily $500-$600. Why does the homeowner now need to pull out another $50-$60 and say, hey, you did a great job. You did your job. Woo, here you go. I don't feel that way.
Yeah,
I guess I'm old school.
No, I agree with you. I don't know if that makes me old school too. I feel like you're paying the service charges, the fee for them to come out to start, and we've covered our bases there.
Yeah, you don't seem like an old school type.
Heather?
I definitely always question, like in my head, is this
and
something
then you don't
want to ask, like, am I supposed to tip you? But like, when I have people like that over, if we need somebody to come fix something, like I'm like, okay, do I, don't I, what am I, like, I do question it in my head, like what is appropriate now? Am I supposed to tip? Am I not supposed to tip? I don't want to be rude and not tip, but I don't want to be tipping if I'm not supposed to be tipping. I always question, I tip or don't I?
They're paid for their time by their employer, or if they're self-employed, they set that rate. Mm-hmm. You agree to it, you pay it, and you don't have to tip on top of that.
Well, that's typically what I do, but I do...
You wonder.
Always. I wonder because I don't want to be rude. And is this somebody I'm supposed to tip, or am I not supposed to tip?
When we movers, they did a great job. Mm-hmm. Very happy with it. They communicated well. They showed up. They were very, respectful to our stuff. And so when they were done and they hustled, that was one where I know what your rate is, but I'm also going to tip these guys a little bit extra individually, because they just did a great job. And I don't know if it was appropriate, inappropriate. I just felt like it was worth it because they did such a great job.
And I think it is. Like, that's something I think I would tip for.
Okay.
Especially if they're not ruining your stuff and they took good care of everything. Yeah. You'd give him a tip for that.
What about this next category? Brian and Warren, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, hi. And I've done the serving job, and I'll just tell you this. Nowadays, I don't think you should be tipping servers as much as like you may have in the past, because you have so many people. You have someone taking your order, it feels like someone bringing your water refills, someone food running, and it's like you see your actual server maybe once or twice the whole meal course. But the job I worked once that I got a whole new respect for was working in a car wash, because I was working the part at the end where you dry the cars off, and I was getting ripped off because people were tipping up at the front of the line when the cars entered. Guys weren't giving the tips out to the hardworking dudes like me who are drying the cars. So I always make sure when I come out, that's a physical job. Just like you said, John, with the moving guys, I think jobs that have more of that physical labor edge to them, you should tip a little more to. And I think if every person put $1 in the guys at the end of the tunnel when they're drying your car, those guys would do pretty well, because they don't make, health insurance benefits or anything like that. But when it comes to that, John, it's like you said, I want to do something I want to do, not something I have to do.
Well, and so it's funny, like around here, and I know there are places that have dryers, physical dryers at the end of car washes. It doesn't seem to be as prevalent because you just have those blowers.
Oh, the car wash we go to always has people out with
drying
towels. Drying, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They don't do a great job, but they're there.
Yeah. Well, there was one in Petoskey right across from the grocery store that I was always hit, and they would have dryers at the end. And that's actually when I would tip. I wouldn't tip at the front, I'd tip at the back.
I've never heard of somebody tipping before a car wash. I wonder if it's because they don't want to either roll down their window because you don't want
might get sprayed.
No, you don't want the streaks because it's not fully dry. I mean, you can open your door clearly and hand it out the door, but I wonder if that's why. I've never heard of that.
I think you also want to be done. Like when it's done, you want to just drive off. You've paid for the service. You've tipped on top of it. Has tipping gone too far? We've got a bunch of phone calls to get to. Phone lines are jamming up. We got room for a couple more. And we're going to mix in the Michigan Wolverine conversation. They won last night, late night. How do we feel about how this thing goes now? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Michigan trailed with 3 minutes to go in last night's nail-biter against UC San Diego. A big shot from Trey Donaldson helping them to survive the upset and move on to the round of 32. 68-65, the final in Denver, and they let out a collective sigh after that opener. But starter Reuben Jones doesn't mind sweating. He's just happy to be a part of the madness. From the postgame on WWJ, Danny Wolf had 9 points, 11 rebounds, a steal, and 2 blocks. His 7-foot frame also in the way for the Tritons' final shot attempt to tie it at the buzzer. Texas A&M will be Michigan's next opponent in the round of 32. That'll be tomorrow, 5:15 p.m. The call again on WWJ and on TV on CBS. And it'll be Michigan State versus Bryant tonight at 10 p.m. as the round of 64 continues today around the country. The first games just after noon. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Day one in the books for March Madness. Kind of a dud overall. 11 of the 16 games decided by 10 or more points, so we didn't really get this drama, these buzzer beaters. Average game decided by 15 points. And the only upsets are an 11 seed and one of your classic 12-5s. Now, Michigan played one of the nail-biters. Michigan came down to the final possession.
Didn't have to, but it did.
True Michigan fashion. It was a typical Michigan game. They won, but it wasn't without self-inflicted wounds and flirting with disaster. And at this time of year, the margin for error is small. So we want to know which statement better describes your feelings on Michigan right now. 1, they find ways to overcome mistakes. They find ways to win. That's what March is all about. They will go on a run. I believe in them. And you can cite 11 wins in a row in games decided by 4 or fewer. 13 for the season. They've tied an NCAA record. There's something about them. They win close games. That's option one. Option two is 2-1 in the turnovers, poor free throw shooting team. They can't keep getting away with this. Even as a big Michigan fan, they're begging to get burned, and they will be eliminated shortly. Which statement, there's truth in both, which statement better describes your feelings on the Wolverines? And we've got phone calls on the tipping stuff, and we'll keep talking about it. But this is the opening weekend of March Madness. We want to talk about the Wolverines and everything else that took place yesterday. John, which camp are you in?
Your mistakes are eventually going to be terminal. And do they beat Texas A&M? Do they lose to Texas A&M? I'm kind of, right now, I'm on the fence, 50%. I picked them to win, and I picked them to get to, the next round, to the next weekend. But mistakes are terminal. However, Texas A&M also has terminal mistakes. They go 5-6, minutes without scoring.
Bad shooting team.
Yeah.
Yep.
But in terms of I don't think this is hey, they get hot and they go on a Final Four run. I just don't think that that's possible.
You think they got one more in them?
So is it possible? Sure. Is it probable? No. I don't think the likelihood of that happening is very high because they've had the entire regular season. They had the Big Ten tournament. Now they've had a game in the NCAA tournament to where those mistakes are still there. The turnovers are still there. The missed free throws. We had one caller astutely point out the front ends of one-on-ones. Those are maddening. They're frustrating, and they eventually will be terminal. Whether it's Texas A&M, whether it's Auburn, Michigan State, whoever they face down the road, it's eventually going to be a terminal illness.
So you think it's slightly more of option two, but you do think they'll win at least one more game?
I do.
Okay,
here's one thing I'm kind of bristling about this whole Michigan, it's going to eventually get them in the end. Okay, are we going to talk about, they made the Sweet 16, but these problems are going to get them. Oh, they made the Elite Eight, but these problems are going to get them. Oh, they're in San Antonio playing in the national semifinals, but these problems are going to get them. I mean,
so your option one, they overcome.
That's not what I say. What I'm arguing against here is just the fact that they can keep winning, and then the one time they trip out eventually, which is most likely to happen in a single elimination tournament where 67 of the teams get eliminated, is they lose, and then you're going to say, aha, see, I told you. Yeah, 4 wins or however many in the NCAA tournament later.
All right, so if you're looking for a ceiling, I think Sweet 16 is the ceiling. And they play Auburn. They can't have those mistakes against Auburn.
True. To me, the idea of your days are numbered is you're going down tomorrow.
Right.
That's what I think.
There's only one team whose days aren't numbered.
Right. I think this is irrespective of Michigan. This is teams that I historically see in the NCAA tournament. If you have a close shave in round one, it more times than not looks like you're going to be getting eliminated in round two.
And that's the camp I'm in. I don't want to take anything away from what Michigan did in the Big Ten tournament or what they did last night. Trey Donaldson, they finally trail in the game. They're finally put to it. Hey, it's now or never. And he hits a big three. And Vlad Golden gets a couple offensive rebounds late. Every bit of 7 feet, right? They made the plays late. They found a way to win. I don't want to take anything away from last night. But I can't in good conscience say I expect them to win in the next round because I think these problems, you use the word terminal, these are the things that get you eliminated in the NCAA tournament. And you flirt with disaster long enough, you play with fire, you're going to get burned. I think they lose to Texas A&M, but I'm also the guy that thought they were going to lose last night. So what the hell does that mean?
You're not looking at last night's game and saying, look out, here comes Michigan.
Right. 248-539-9797. Look, that was a trendy 12 seed that a lot of people liked. Cal San Diego. But the truth is, hand in the air, none of us were watching this team. They weren't playing on TV. We were looking at them on paper. And on paper, they were going to make a ton of threes. And they started 1 of 12. And they had to play catch up. And they did, and they're scrappy, and they took advantage of some turnovers, and they battled. But that team, I thought I was getting a better team when I bet on them. I think a team that makes their threes beats Michigan last night. Texas A&M doesn't make their threes, but what they do is they crash the glass. They're going to get extra possessions. They're going to play tough. And if Michigan fans have listened to their own coach, they have played soft at times this year. They don't play like a team that features 2 7-footers on the floor. Texas A&M, I think, will get them. And Texas A&M, by the way, is favored slightly 1.5 points for Saturday's matchup. So Michigan fans, we've got open lines for you. We've got spots for you if you want to call in and weigh in on where you're at with your team. How far do they go? And are you more of they find ways to win, or their days are numbered. They're going to be eliminated as quickly as their very next game. 248-539-9797. And of course, we got people who want to weigh in on the tipping stuff.
Yeah.
Tipping culture. Has it gone too far? 90% of Americans say, yeah,
yes,
this is a problem. What do we got next? Let's get to Matt in Commerce. Matt, you're on 97.1. Or Mike, what's up?
I'm sorry. Hey guys. So I think it's gotten too bad where, you just go to Tropical Smoothie, not to name a place, sorry, but when you go to the pay option, and that's the first thing you gotta decline is the tip. You know what I mean? And that's anywhere between like a $7 and a $13 item, and you're tipping 20% or 15% on that. That's just way too far.
And you said it's before you've even paid, period. You're just frustrated.
You have to decline the tip. It's there's a donate button, at like speedways and stuff, but literally it's the tip button that is there. Like, you're expected to tip off a high-end fast food. Geez.
Yeah, because you're already asked that. I've seen that too, where, hey, would you like to round up and donate to, this local cause or national cause? And then on top of that, it's the tip as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and
you're getting soaked.
You are, and it feels like you're being guilted into giving more of your money. Like, prices are going up. People have to make tough calls, and now I got the
You're being bombarded.
Do you care about children in need? Do you care about your local community? Do you care about the person standing across from you that's not making enough money? And you're like, I care about all of you. But at the same time, the price is on the menu. I agree to pay the price. I'm not. You're not serving me or waiting on me. You're not delivering the food to my doorstep. I'm going to you.
Because it's almost at every store. If I go to an outdoor store, it's would you like to round up and donate to getting kids in the outdoors. It's always an upcharge.
Of course. Kenny in Rochester, you got thoughts on the Wolverines? We're going to go back and forth and mix everybody in here. What's up?
Not much. I just want to say that Michigan is not going to lose any other game because you already know who Michigan is. It's so hard to match up with them. The thing is, they have to make sure that the ball on crunch time is not on one of the what's his name? The tall guy.
Denny Wolf.
Danny Wolf is not on his hand at crunch time. They need to put that ball in the point guard's hand. The other thing is when they come off halftime, make sure they come up with energy to be able to help the team out, and the subbing has to be making sure that everything is consistent. This is a team of destiny. They can do it, and they have to do it together.
So you see this team going on a run?
Yes.
All the way?
They're going on a run. We already know who Michigan is. We have seen them at their lowest, and we've seen what they can do, especially the game that we match them with is the team.
Kenny,
yes.
You think they're winning it all?
They're all the way, man.
So you think so if they play Michigan State, who beat them twice, which we already saw and we already know, you think it's going to go differently this time?
Yes. The reason why is because now the guards are playing well. The defense that Michigan is playing right now is a top-notch defense. The guards have woken up from their slumber, and they're playing well. So this is not a team that Michigan State does not want to see Michigan.
Oh, I disagree with that.
The way Michigan is playing, this Michigan State does not want to see the guards that Michigan have right now.
Oh, I think Michigan State wants to see Danny Wolf turn the ball over and shoot 61%. Now, I get your point, get the ball out of his hands, but that's a guy they feature. Spartans aren't afraid of the Wolverines. Come on.
And I'll flip to the other side on this. If I'm Michigan State, we've already taken care of that business twice. Why would you? Okay, yeah, it's hard to beat a team twice. It's hard to beat a team 3 times, but when you're just a better team.
They're double-digit wins. They weren't nail-biters. It's not like, Michigan, if they make 1 or 2 plays, could have won those games. Come on.
Yeah.
Look, we asked you how far they'd go. I didn't think we'd get someone picking them to win the whole thing this morning, especially after a choppy, sloppy game last night, but he knows who they are and survive in advance and stuff. It's 97-1. Guys, spring into savings with unbeatable deals at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer for 2024. doing the same stuff in 2025. If you need a truck that works as hard as you do, lease the 2025 Silverado 4-wheel drive LT Crew Cab for $299 a month. Get you a payment under $300. That's for 24 months, $1999 down, and everyone gets employee pricing. At Moran Chevrolet, you always get the best price, period. Visit moranexpress.com. You can shop online or stop by. They're on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. You saw the Wolverines win late last night. How do you feel about their run? Will they go on one? How far does this thing go? Are you of the belief they're a team that finds ways to win, which is all that matters in March? Or do you look at them and go, boy, they're going to get burned. They got away with one last night. Mm-hmm. And the answer is a little bit of both, but we asked you which statement is more true. We brought up tipping. 90% of Americans say it's gone too far. Mm-hmm. And we've got phone calls and take a text on both conversations. Cookie jar coming up at 9:35, where Heather's going to make a revelation.
Another Heather Park revelation.
Always a revelation. This caller is Brandon in Northville, and it says driving me insane. And I don't know if he's talking about tipping or Michigan. The turnover issues. Brandon, specify. What's up?
Hey, we're talking about tipping here.
Okay.
So I kind of have a theory on this, or like an etiquette to it. So if you're ordering from a sit-down place, I don't want to name drop it, like B-Dubs or something like that, and you're ordering online or through the app, yeah, throw them a couple bucks because you're taking a server away from a table. Some places have a dedicated person for it. You shouldn't be tipping, 20, 30% on someone who's just bagging your food. However, if you're going to fast food or like, let's say I order a pizza, I shouldn't, if I pay online, I shouldn't walk in and then they purposely print a receipt and hand it to me to write a tip on the receipt. And then if I just sign my name and hand it back, you get that snooty look of like, what, you can't tip? And it's like, I got a $10 pizza. I ordered it online. What, like, you guys know what you signed up for.
Yeah, it's not one that someone had to, even to your point, answer the phone, write down the order. It just popped up on a screen for them. And then they didn't deliver it to your door. You showed up there and just picked it up.
They set it on the counter.
Yeah.
And then I've also had one recently. I don't know if you guys seen this. I went to a place that locally, came to town. They're starting to expand here in Michigan. They were asking for tipping in the drive-thru, and it wasn't even an opt-out option. They handed you the pad with the 4 buttons at the top, 15, 20, 25, 30%.
Wow.
In drive-thru.
Was there an other where you could pick 0?
No. And so I called the manager over, and I was like, what are we doing here? Like, I understand you guys are new, but you can't force this on me.
Right, then they make you...
I'm in the drive-thru for a reason.
Well, Brandon, what
was his response?
Yeah, what did he say?
They were like, well, this is just kind of how we do things. We have to take care of our servers. And I'm like, you're not serving. You're handing me food in a bag.
Well, they're banking on people,
Brandon,
I
just tipped
not...
the minimum and kept it moving.
Well, yeah, they don't want people to make... They think people aren't going to want to make a fuss, so they'll just quietly get shamed into tipping there. That most people aren't going to do what you did.
Exactly. And I'm not one to... But I was just like, what are we... Yeah, like you guys are saying, 90% of Americans can't... Like, what are we doing?
And again, we're not talking about hey, you go out to eat, it's date night, you and the wife or the family goes out and you get a nice meal and you tip 20%. I think most people are kind of on board with that. That's typical, right? Or the pizza delivery guy. Everybody's used to, hey, you throw the pizza delivery guy some money for the tip. I don't think anybody has an issue with that. Things have gone to the extreme. 248-539-9797. Ed in Clarkston. Ed, you're on 97.1. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. I am a Grubhub driver, and my wife actually does the same thing. And when she was doing it, it was the tail end of COVID. People were very generous to get their food when they couldn't go anywhere. But now you pull up to a $500,000 or $1 million home, and they tip $2. Now, we've just driven 10 miles to bring you your food. In a restaurant where they're facing the people, they'll tip 20%. But I get a $2 tip for driving 10 miles, risking my life, wear and tear on my car. And I get why people are kind of apprehensive to tip because of all these places like the last caller. Mm-hmm. You go through a drive-thru and you have no option to opt out of a tip? Come on. And we get 48 cents a mile is all we get paid from Grubhub.
Now, Ed, question for you. Do you know what the tip is before you deliver?
Sometimes you do. But the way the Grubhub is set up, if you don't take every order, your stats go down.
Oh, yeah.
And you get less orders. You'll see 10 miles for $10 or, 7 miles for $4. And those we usually try to go $1 a mile at least.
To make it worth it for you.
Places, now my wife and I both have $150 cooler bags. We pride ourselves on getting your food to your house nice and warm. And, it's just very frustrating because the tipping that they do at stores, online, and so on, has made it where people are just less likely to tip. I understand things have gone up.
Yeah. But they shouldn't be
we're
stiffing
driving-
someone who's it's no different than the pizza delivery guy. Like if I'm ordering DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, whatever one people use, I'm still doing the 20% is still the rule I'm going with. And that's on
I'll
top
tell
of
you
a
what, we
delivery
appreciate
fee.
you.
Yeah, I'm not doing it to pat myself on the back. I just think that's what people should be doing. Now, and I get why people are hesitant because food's more expensive than the delivery fee, and then you're throwing a tip on top, but you're paying for the convenience. I mean, that's part of the thing. If you want to go pick it up yourself, you can save a couple bucks.
I mean,
we have that discussion in our house. I'm like, Kelsey, I'll go pick it up.
The wear and tear is either on your car, it's your gas, or it's somebody else's, and the service of actually delivering it, I think, certainly has a value, and you need to pay for it.
How about this from Sarah? Sarah, is this a real stat on the
call?
for the convenience.
I mean, that's part of the thing. If you want to go pick it up yourself,
Sarah, turn down your radio.
Sarah, yep.
I mean, we had a discussion in our house. I'm like, you either pick it up.
Sarah?
The wear and tear is either.
We're going to have to put you back on hold. It says in the call description, 60% of her Uber deliveries are 0% tips. That's brutal.
Yeah.
People they assume the delivery fee is going to the driver, or they just don't think they need the tip. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. That when somebody's delivering something to your house,
you throw them a tip.
Whether it's a grocery delivery, it's a food delivery, that to me is something that would be automatically a tipping situation.
For sure. I think that's why I don't do it.
Why you don't order?
If I order out, I always go pick it up. Like I can't remember the last time I've had anything delivered to the house besides
Even if you
Amazon.
got to throw the kids in the car?
Oh yeah.
Really?
I can't. And I think maybe, I've never ordered delivery. I did once when I was pregnant because somebody gave us an Uber Eats gift card as like a gift.
Oh, that was a good gift card.
A great gift card for a postpartum, family and with a little one, a toddler and a new baby. So I did it once with a gift card. Other than that, I always go out to get my takeout.
See, I'm more in
groceries.
that camp. And Kelsey, this is one of the, we don't fight about it, but one of our things. Why? I'll go pick it up, or it's not that far away. But she loves the ease of the DoorDash or the Uber Eats. Kenny Cott, who works here, I feel like sustains his sustenance is based on these food deliveries. He gets like every day.
Because it's way more expensive, though, isn't it?
It is.
Use an Uber Eats or Grubhub, isn't it? Because there's a delivery fee plus the tip plus the.
Like
it's expensive.
Imagine you get a $12 item.
Holy cow.
Like a meal, like you're doing a lunch. You get like a $12 sandwich or something.
Which is pretty good.
Pretty good deal if you can find it. But then they throw a $5 delivery fee on top, and then you want a tip on top. You're paying as much in the fees as you are the food.
I'd rather go out and get a really nice dinner.
Unless you're going to miss a game.
Yeah, this time of year, these drivers are probably busy.
For me.
Yeah.
This is their
there's
time.
a game?
Man.
Yeah.
Who knew?
yeah, Colin, you keep watching.
All right, let's get to Heather's news.
Here's a little stat from Michigan State Police. More than 1,000 people died in 2024 in preventable crashes. And now they're kind of looking at the concerns of consuming marijuana before getting behind the wheel, because Michigan is home to one of the largest markets of recreational marijuana, right? And there's a new survey that's been conducted that shows 53% of cannabis users say they consume it an hour or less before getting behind the wheel. And 85% said that they drive the same day that they're partaking, right? These are big numbers. And then get this, nearly 47% believe they drive the same when they're under the influence.
Oh, no.
34% believe it makes them a better driver.
Come on.
So got to look into that and figure out how we can prevent that from happening.
Yep.
After a study found that our brains contain about a spoonful of microplastics, experts are saying there are a few things we can do to limit our exposure and consumption of them. So, I mean, really, there's research that shows humans consume a credit card's worth of plastic every week on average, which
every week
is wild. And they're detected not just in our brains, but basically our entire bodies,
Every
our
tissue
livers,
of our
our
body,
lungs,
yeah.
our kidneys, our blood, our placenta, our you name it,
I don't
it's
have
there.
one of those, so it's not there.
Well, John, but you've seen the stories.
You know, well,
we got plastic in our balls.
Yeah.
It's been in
What?
the story.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
What?
It's on the list.
Plastic testicles?
It's there. Well, so there's still studies on how this is actually going to be affecting us, right? Like what are these microplastics doing to our body? Anyway, the point is that there is ways to avoid them. One, avoid drinking from plastic water bottles, which a lot of people do.
That's easier said than done.
Yep.
It is easy. I Yes, so use,
look at John. He's got a
filtered tap water is great. If you're a tea drinker, purchase tea in either paper bags or just loose leaf tea is one way to go. Boil or filter tap water. I mean, boiling, I don't think a lot of people are doing that, but filtering water, yes.
What about like those cutting boards? People say
there you go. Avoid plastic cutting boards. That's one of the most easy way to get plastics into our food. So avoid that. You can use a wood cutting board is a better option. And never microwave plastic containers. If you get takeout, put your food out of those onto a plate
or a bowl.
And then microwave that. Yes, don't use those plastic takeout containers. This is really cool. The Utah Hockey Club, they are now in the midst of a Stanley Cup playoff chase. And the owner just rewarded their fans with a really cool deal just to show thank you for their support through the season. So the owner, Ryan Smith, obviously wants to get as many eyes on the team as possible. So just announced that fans can watch Utah HC Plus for $1 for the remainder of the year and even the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs if they make it that far. So I don't know what it typically is.
Well, we know we pay
$20
a month.
Yeah. So
So
that's a
instead
good
of
deal.
that,
Good for them.
just $1 for the rest of the season.
How much do I have to pay to watch the Red Wings in the playoffs?
I don't know how much you use season tickets. Well, it's free right now.
Finally, I want to get to at least one more. Do we want a spring break story or a crazy mom story?
Crazy mom.
Crazy mom. Yeah.
All right. So there's this wild mom in Indiana. She was just arrested, also her 2 kids as well, after they jumped on a school bus and started beating up a little 8th grader.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And there's video of it, and it is crazy. So this woman, 36 years old, her 2 teenage kids, a son and a daughter, are accused of hopping on this bus, fighting with an 8th grader who they say has been bullying their brother and their son.
There's better ways to handle that.
Just throwing punches. Crazy. They went crazy on this kid. He had to go to the hospital. Fractured nose, swollen eye, bruised eye. The mom was charged with multiple felonies, and the children are also facing undisclosed charges as well.
Wow. So we have the Florida man and the Indiana woman.
Yes.
It's a thing.
A match made in hell. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Cookie Jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, here's one of the things I love about it. You're going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. And that is something I use on a daily basis. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Brian Bush, excited call.
Yeah, not the dulcet tones. The very excitable Brian Bush. Great call.
That shot was
disappointed we didn't get the Terry Mills giggle. You know, was it there?
I think you heard a little bit.
Yeah, I still love that when I hear that out of him. It's the genuine excitement that he has.
So it wasn't like a great look, but the shot was online. There's a chance he buries that and they go to overtime.
Yeah.
Michigan flirting with it at the very end of that game.
Got to make it exciting.
Have to.
It's all about the ratings.
The whole time they're trailing. They finally take the lead only to see Donaldson make a big three. Michigan, they made the plays at the end of the game. And they've done that a lot lately. The stat we keep telling you guys, 11 straight games decided by 4 or fewer points. The Wolverines have won those close games. Now, they're close because Michigan lets teams back into the game. They're up 14 at the half. It never should have come down to that.
So there are games where, you know, if they're up, I'm not going to turn it off, even if it's, hey, they're going through the motions just to get to the end of the game. I want to watch. The only time I turn the channel is when I am just so frustrated and so mad. And it's not my wife is a big hit the mute button, got to change the mojo, or you change the channel, you turn it back and you change the mojo. Like, okay, I'm not that down that road, but I will just get so mad they miss the front end of a one-on-one in a critical moment. I can't watch this anymore. And then I turn it back and I'm watching. Or it's a turnover. My God, what are you doing? And then I turn it back. And that's where it's exciting. And they keep you on the edge of your seat. I just wish I could have a game where it was 10 points and they salt it away.
Even just hold it 10 to 12 and just kind of cruise. I mean, that was most
it's
of the
exhausting watch.
Most of the games yesterday were cruise.
My thumbs are wore out.
Yeah, I was going to say, you over here trying to
it's
play the
wearing out the
mojo
remote.
game. Yep.
Where's the batteries?
We got another day today, though. And with the way yesterday went, I'd say we're going to get some better games today. We're going to get some close games. We're going to get some drama, maybe a buzzer beater, maybe a 13 or a 14 seed that actually pulls this thing off. We also have Michigan State tonight.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts? How's it go?
Oh, they mopped the floor with Bryant. They mopped the floor with him. And this is going to be one of those where they play good defense. They choke them out early on. They hit some shots. They get the momentum going, and then they're coasting with 12, 13 minutes left in the game. And Bryant, maybe they make a couple of threes, and they pull within 16, maybe 12, and then Michigan State says, that was fun. Take this.
Spread 17.5, so it's funny you say that. Right in that little area. Look, it's, again, Bryant on paper. I'm not going to pretend that I've been in the gymnasium or I've watched a lot of them play. On paper, they're a bigger team. They grade out well in transition. If they make MSU earn it and the Spartans have a cold night, then maybe they sweat it out a little bit. But I don't expect this to be, a Michigan situation where the last shot decides it. Michigan State should win the game by 10 plus.
Mm-hmm. And this is the situation. I see this on Twitch. Quad Comcast Multiview was fun. I use YouTube TV, and I love the 4 games. And then, hey, you get to that 5:30, 6 o'clock hour, right? And one of them turns the news, and you're like, oh, this is terrible. So you back out, and then you see the 3-game option. Then you see the 2-game option. I love having 4 games or multiple games going on the screen at the same time. And the kids are like, I can't see what's going on. And just look at the score. And then your attention goes to which one is closest. And by the time the minutes get down to minute, 30 seconds, that's when you start focusing on a game. And you might actually click on that one to make it full screen so that we could have that moment today where it's a buzzer beater. No buzzer beaters yesterday.
No. Couple ticket texts reacting to Cookie Jar. Anyone whose favorite flavor of anything being mint is sus.
Sus, yeah.
Mint's great. Sorry, your palate sucks.
So, in your brackets. Sorry,
yes.
Struggling with words here.
Late night.
Did you name your bracket, Heather? I know you didn't. I'm not going to ask you.
I didn't know that was an option. No, I did not name my bracket.
What do you mean? You name
it?
Yeah. So you could have your screen name, right? Is it could be John Jansen's bracket, but that's
like a fantasy football team name.
Yeah, exactly.
Do people name their brackets like fantasy football teams?
Oh, sure. In ours, in ours, let me pull it up here, and I could tell you exactly what some of the names are. We've got so my wife has her bracket, but it's Tournament Teddy. All right. So yeah, okay, cute. Jack His is TB, which I haven't asked him about that one. Why is it that one? And then we have other ones that are just ESPN and a whole bunch of numbers because they didn't take the time to name their bracket. Go Grammy Go. That's one. That's obviously Grammy.
Okay.
Larry A. Jansen. It's my dad.
Creative name.
Yeah. SVSU 44. That was my brother. He played at Saginaw Valley State. His number was 44, so it makes sense. So I went through and I thought, okay, I Googled what were the most annoying words in 2024.
Yeah.
And there was a list of them. One of them was Riz, meaning charisma.
Yes.
And so I named mine The Riz. And the kids are like, why would you do that? I'm like, this is the reaction I was hoping for.
Your daughters are like, Dad, you're embarrassing us.
Yes. Victory. Yes.
By the way, who's winning after day one in the Jansen family?
That would be me. Tied for first, along with Jack, who's TB, The Riz, Ken Panique, who is my father-in-law, and Tournament Teddy. It's a 4-way tie for first place. But I will say I was the only one that picked McNeese State and Drake.
And you're allowed to brag about it because you only fill out one bracket. A texter says one bracket only. You get credit for nothing if you fill out more than one. You have no balls, plastic, or otherwise, Tom and Flat Rock. ESPN lets you fill out 25, so I filled out 25. There are people that do this, John.
That seems like a lot of work.
It's so easy, though.
Yes, I know. You click on yes, but then you have...
I'm done.
Yeah. Is the tournament challenge just with yourself? Which 25 of me is going to be the top 25?
On the space question.
No.
Makes no sense.
Go look at the woman that just came back from space 2 years before and after pics. Enough said. Does it age you? I haven't seen this.
I don't know.
You haven't seen her before and after?
No.
Oh, yeah. I mean, full head of gray hair.
Oh, wow.
But that could
really?
Could have happened in the 2 years here.
How long was she gone? 9 months.
He says
9 months.
He says the photos are 2 years apart, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, but in 9 months, she didn't. Yes, she aged significantly. They both did.
It's Suni Williams, right?
Yep.
All right. Before and after.
This will be good. Let us know.
You know, she didn't. She didn't go to the beauty salon for the last 9 months.
Well, I know, but the whole.
No, she did not. Yeah, she didn't get her nails done. There was no facials.
Yeah, exactly. John, you know.
John knows.
Yes.
John knows.
Uh-huh.
No
I mean, just
mani-pedis.
imagine what her feet look like. I mean, no pedicures. Oh, my gosh.
Right, exactly. I mean, unless,
She
other
could be
people
doing
are
them
willing to help
herself.
out. She could.
Would you
but
guys do
probably
it?
not.
Would you go to space for 9 months?
Oh, ouch.
First of all, I love John's answer on a couple of fronts. One, of course, Jansen said, I'd go if I could get outside. And I'm like, there he is, the outdoorsman. He wants to get outside.
I want to go
Even if
for the
he's in
moonwalk.
space, he wants to get outside. That was one. The other was, did I correct? You referred to it, if I could get outside, the space machine. The space machine? You called it the space machine?
Uh-huh. Yep. Full meathead.
Yeah.
I own it. I'm okay with that.
Well, Doug, how else would you get to space but
The space machine. Yeah.
Space machine, yeah. Oh, that's a good call.
He'd catch
I did
that
the
one, but
math.
he'd need a rocket up. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
I did the math on Buddy who did 25 brackets. That would be, given that you're picking the outcome of 63 games, the math is he clicked 1,575 times. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not a fan of multiple bracket guy, especially if they brag. You can't brag. But that's just too much work. Too much
agree.
I think 25 is too many.
25 brackets is too many brackets.
Okay.
Step over the line.
I'm asking for a friend. I was just curious.
I'm
if
a
25.
one-bracket guy. I'm
Send him
loyal
up
to
in a
my
space
bracket.
machine.
Yeah, in a space machine, sure.
Space machine. I mean, it was called a time machine, right? H.G. Wells, so why not? I mean, just the space machine.
Yeah.
H.G. Wells had no idea we were going to space.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, next time, the rockets look cool, but could they make it look like a DeLorean?
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
Where's the flux capacitor, right?
Yeah, I could be on the design crew,
You could.
if not the naming crew.
If you were on the design crew, then the answer is no. I don't want to go to space.
And the answer is, if you're going to design a car to be a spacecraft, it's obviously the Fiero.
Fiero's it's all Fiero.
Yeah, it's a Fiero. That's what they used in Fast and Furious. And,
Yes.
that's what works. Just turn the steering wheel to go left.
So funny.
So what's going on with you guys?
Well, we got some obviously March Madness stuff to get into yesterday. Interesting day. I want to touch on some stuff with the Lions reaction regarding the Lions offseason. Band staying together, although they did go outside the organization for a signing.
Ish.
Yeah. We got top 100 players who's still out there that could be a Lion, and players that are likely available via trade who makes sense for Detroit. We'll talk Michigan and UCSD, Spartans and Bryant. All set to go from Twin Peaks once again.
Did you guys give away that TV yet?
Now, when are we giving away the TV? It's today. We're giving it away
2
today.
o'clock.
At 2 o'clock, the TV will be given away.
How big is that one?
It is 98 inches big, courtesy of ABC Warehouse.
It's a big TV machine.
Machine.
It's a big TV machine.
It's called a watching machine.
It's a video machine.
Watching
machine.
Watching machine.
Motion picture
Entertainment
machine. Yes.
Yeah.
Carson Anderson, they're next. It's 97.1.
Here we go. It is a Friday of March Madness here on 97.1 The Ticket, and we are once again at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Doug Karsh alongside Scott the Gator Anderson, the appropriately named Karsh Anderson radio program. And we still got that 98-inch TV to give away. So make sure, if you make your way out here, see the street team on the left as you walk in the door, and they'll tell you how you can be the winner of the ultimate March Madness prize. So make sure you swing by. And, of course, also take advantage of the great viewing experience here with the outstanding setup for sports, games on. And I stuck around yesterday afterwards and watched all the games wrap up on what is, I did a count. It is literally 1.6 million televisions. And quite frankly, it's a great place to watch games. Hello, Scott Anderson. How are you?
That's a high entertainment machine count, for sure.
It is a high entertainment machine count.
Yeah, I tried something when I got home. I was desperate to see this multi-vision or whatever it is that they have on Comcast.
Yeah.
I got a decent-sized TV at home. It's not the 98-incher over there, but
not that monster.
It's big, yeah, big enough in my house. And I thought, okay, let's see what it looks like when they split up into four games. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome to be able to see the four at once. And then, but I was driving home yesterday and I was listening to Mike and Rico, and Mike was talking about how he can't stand it. He's a one game guy. He can't watch them all at once. He has to have just one game going on, otherwise he loses his mind. 10 minutes into watching the 4-screen experience, I was losing my mind.
Were you?
I had to go to one. I couldn't do the 4 at once.
So you
after a
can
while.
relate.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's a really cool feature. And I suppose that during football season, that's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Or college football.
Why won't you lose your mind then?
Probably because I'm more interested in football than I am basketball. And I love watching Red Zone. So I imagine it's going to be a better experience for me.
Okay.
But like I said, the first 5 minutes was just I was awestruck by how amazing this feature is. But then it just came down to it's
Didn't
too
have
much.
staying power, huh?
No, it became too much. And then you're listening to audio from one game, and your focus is going on that game anyway, so why not just watch the game?
Yeah, I mean, it gets a little wonky when you hear a whistle when you're watching the game, but you don't have you're watching the game, it doesn't have the audio, and you hear a whistle from the audio game, but you're watching another game, and you're like, wait, what? Was that a foul? Did somebody travel? What's going on? But I still have managed to enjoy the experience because I'll focus in on one game. Of course, I didn't do the screen split thing. I got one bigger TV with two smaller flanked east and west. And so you kind of watch the main screen, and then during breaks in the action, you check out the other TVs. But again, I suggested this yesterday. I think the perfect way to handle this is to clone yourself, and that way you can watch them all at once and be fully focused.
I'm working on it.
Okay, good. You just got to get, you know what you need to get?
A cloning machine?
Cloning machine, exactly. Other than that, did you just watch games all day? Anything exciting? Any food adventures? Did the dog let you watch games?
She was actually great last night. During the day, not so much.
How's her bracket?
Her bracket's a heck of a lot better than my bracket.
Yeah.
Mine is done.
It's okay. You
One
lasted 6
day
hours.
and done.
Yeah.
Thanks to Kansas and Clemson, it's done.
How far did you have Clemson going?
I don't think it was that far.
But far enough that
But
it hurts.
I mean, yeah, a little, and it's going to. We're at Clemson. It's I had them getting to the Sweet 16 and then losing to Houston.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, people lose Sweet 16 teams on day one and can still go on and win. The big thing is your Final Four intact, Scott?
No, because I had Kansas in the Final Four. I put them out there, man. I took a chance. I took a chance, and
it's okay, man.
And Hunter Dickinson was hell bent on not contributing a lick to Kansas's success. Only hell-bent on contributing to their failure.
So has he put his name in the portal yet?
I don't know. His name might be under investigation. That was horrible. What a horrible performance. Just a despicable performance.
Yeah, well, it's March Madness, man. It's one and done.
It's
and
March Sadness.
Well,
that is. See what I did there?
For the Jayhawk fans and for your bracket. But anyway, so... Yeah, look, yesterday was a weird first day. There were basically two stunners. And if a stunner, I mean, there was an 11 over a 5 and a 12, 11 over a 4 and or 11 over a 6 and a 12 over a 5. Thank you. Take 3 and 3, 2, 1. There was 11 over a 6 and a 12 over a 5, and that was kind of it. The favorites went 12-4 straight up. The top 4 seeds went 8-0. I mean, and the upsets, they happened. There were 4 of them, but one of them was like Arkansas. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Arkansas was a 5-point dog. They won. Creighton was a 3-point dog. They won. But the big ones were McNeese over Clemson and Drake over Missouri. And, you know, it kind of lacked the true Cinderella shocker yesterday.
Well, the UNC women's team almost beat Texas Tech.
UNC Wilmington?
Oh, is that who it is? I saw UNCW. I thought that was the women's team from North Carolina. That's not the case?
That's not the case.
Oh. Well, they gave it a good test against Texas Tech. I did notice that.
Yeah. Well, and then there was Michigan and UCSD. And, look, survive in advance, they say. Survive in advance. That was survival.
What did I say? I said give up the points. Give up the 2.5. You're fine.
Well, what's crazy is, right before that game tipped off, it dropped to 1.5.
Oh.
This was such a popular upset pick. It was such a popular upset pick.
All right. Well, are we going to get into this right now? The Michigan game?
Yeah.
Okay. So how on earth was it that close? I mean, when you're watching this game unfold and you're seeing the massive size disparity.
Oh, it's noticeable.
How on earth was that even close?
Well, probably spending the bulk of the game missing half your free throws. makes it close.
Okay, yeah, but they were, 11 of 20 from the line, I think?
Yeah, they were 9 of 18 going into Vlad Golden's last 2 free throws, including some front ends, which essentially count as 2 misses. So it was if you look at one reason that on the scoreboard kept that thing closer, if I'm going to point to one thing, it would be that. It's funny because much is made of the turnovers, and I get it.
14 turnovers.
But 9 of them were in the first half, and they had a 14-point lead. The half they took better care of the ball is when UCSD roared back. But, there was some some questionable shot selection, which is something that I'm always paying attention to. It's one of the reasons why I don't love Auburn is shot selection. It's what sunk Texas on Wednesday night was shot selection in crunch time. Michigan with the 14-point lead came out in the second half and felt like they could launch from 25. Early shot clock, long three-pointers, I thought was questionable. And then it got better as the half went on. But that team can shoot it, and they started to shoot it. The Magai kid got hot in the second half and shot their way back into it. But, hey, March is the ultimate college basketball measurement of pass, fail. It's pass,
sure.
Fail. And did you WIN, and it doesn't have to be
written
in calligraphy.
You certainly wouldn't dwell on it if you're Michigan. You won the game. Who cares? Go on and take on Texas A&M. I'm looking at this game, and I'm like, I can't believe it was close. And then you look at it statistically after the game, and you see that, San Diego shot like 30-something% from the field. Like, if they shoot average, they win the game. How do you put yourself in peril like that? Now, the good news for Michigan is that I think there's a couple things. One, you might have a clutch performer, somebody you can rely on at the end of the games, because it's now been a couple games where he's really shown up. And two, the defense is there.
Yep.
You don't hold a really good shooting team like that unless you can play good defense. And this validates that the win over Wisconsin, not that you needed to, because the Wisconsin win validated the Maryland win, which validated Purdue or whatever. I mean, it's a long list here for Michigan right now with the 4 in a row, but their defense is showing up. And when you shut down Wisconsin, and then you go ahead and you shut down this team in the first round of the tournament, and you needed to win the game because your offense wasn't there, that's good news for Michigan because defense travels.
Minor discrepancy. They shot 39% from the floor, but you're right.
In the 30s.
I thought you said 30. And long story short, yes, their defense contributed to that, and that is something that it's wild. I talked about the wide variation of who Michigan is. I figured out who they are last night. We will get to that and more on this game last night. And, of course, we have open lines. We will take your phone calls at 248-539-9797. Also, today is the day, if you are driving to Cleveland, Spartan fans, where are you in your trek? And what are you expecting tonight? So if you're on the road, you got us locked in. Where are you on your drive to Cleveland for Michigan State's game against Bryant? It is Carson Anderson on a March Madness Friday from Twin Peaks in Madison Heights here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, you don't need luck this March to find the right HVAC team. I'll tell you who exactly it is. They belong to the red, white, and blue trucks that are everywhere. It's the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I've had them come over to my house a couple of times. They came out right away, fixed any issues that I had, and I could not be happier. They're awesome, and they're there to help you and your family out, make sure that you guys stay warm on cold nights like this, and also stay cool in the summertime. When the heat comes, you're going to want to make sure that your air conditioning is working properly. In fact, you need to do maintenance on your furnace and your air conditioning unit. It's something you should be doing every single year. So call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Have them come out and take a look at it. Don't just take my word for it. Check out the A+ ratings they have from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of the 5-star reviews that they have on Google? So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, your boiler or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Michigan fans reacting to last night's game. We'll get to some of your texts that have come in, and, of course, love taking your phone calls here on the Carson Anderson program. Also, Spartan fans, if you're making the trip down for the game today, where are you on your quest? And what are you expecting tonight? Michigan State taking on a relatively large mid-major team that likes to play up-tempo in Bryant. Spartans entering with coming off a stellar regular season Big Ten championship. 248-539-9797. So, look, we've talked about Michigan and, the wide variation of who they are. It struck me that Michigan is the type of team that seems to be in constant conflict. The very good version of Michigan is in constant in-game conflict with the very frustrating version of Michigan. And they're always battling one another. The good version is the one that jumps out to the early lead, that gets their 7-footers involved, that's playing good defense, rebounding well, hitting from the perimeter. And the bad version is turning it over and missing free throws and committing fouls when guys are draining three-pointers, committing fouls on the rebound to make it what ended up almost being a 6-point trip for UCSD. There's stuff like that. And they're in constant conflict. It's a battle within their own head. Are we going to be the great version, or are we going to be the frustrating version that can really make their fans go crazy?
Well, the good news for them is the frustrating version still came away with a win.
Yep.
And now, like you said, survive in advance, move on to Saturday afternoon or early evening at the 5:15 game against Texas A&M. And that's going to be a test. I mean, they're underdogs in the game, albeit it's only like a 2.5-point dog, but they are dogs in the game. We know Michigan can play really well defensively, but it's the offensive side. Is that going to come around? Are they going to be able to work the inside-outside game and work the ball around and get the guy to hit the open shot? They did it when they needed to last night, I guess. It got nervy at the end, without question, but they did manage to survive it. And I think that's one of these things that you escape from it. You get back in the locker room, you breathe a sigh of relief, and you say, okay, that's what it's going to be like. So let's go out there and play better ball.
So a couple things. End of game scenario, right? And you talked about Trey Donaldson, and he's an interesting story because, he with 2:30 to go, UCSD takes their first lead. And Michigan comes down the floor. The pressure's on them. The hubris in the building is all on the underdog side. And, it was a Michigan team that earlier in the year saw them blow huge leads against Arkansas and against Oklahoma and against UCLA, where they went from up 17 to down to back up to win by 20, which is an amazing roller coaster ride. So that team makes its appearance. They blow the lead. And here you got UCSD takes their first lead of the game with 2.5 minutes to go. And who's the guy that hits the shot? Well, let's pause and go back in time. And Trey Donaldson, before this tournament, was asked a little bit about being part of the Auburn team last year that lost to Yale. They were at the podium the last couple of days, and Danny Wolf, who was on that Yale team and transferred to Michigan, is asked about, hey, you know what it's like to be the underdog. What are some of the keys to being the underdog and avoiding that? And Danny answered a bunch of questions. And then somebody asked Trey Donaldson, you were on the other side of that. And he just said, look, it has nothing to do with last year. And after the game, he was asked about last year. And he said, this has nothing to do with last year. And I don't blame him for feeling that way. Because last year, when Yale played Auburn, there were 6.1 seconds to go. Yale's got a 2-point lead. And Trey Donaldson's at the line to shoot 2. As a 4 seed playing a 13 seed, he's at the line to shoot 2 down 2 with 6 seconds to go, and he missed them both. 1 year later, Trey Donaldson is the guy that steps up with 2 minutes left. All the pressure and everything is shifted to Michigan, and he drains an absolute clutch 3-pointer to take the lead back that they never relinquished. And so, drawing from that experience and being able to make the plays this year. He made the play, as you mentioned, in the Big Ten tournament game, for Donaldson to come back after being, unfortunately, the guy that couldn't get it done for Auburn a year ago. He stepped up and hit a massive shot to keep them alive because, that's one of those shots that if it doesn't go in, I'm not sure we're talking about a Michigan win.
Probably not. Probably not, but he did. And experiences, it's interesting. As I've gotten older, Doug, and more experienced, the more I believe in the role that experience plays. When I was much younger, I'm like, whatever, dude.
I know. You're right.
And it's so funny that as you get older, that no, hang on. Because you see some things as you grow up.
It's so funny you say that, because I used to eye roll when I was younger when I hear coaches say things like, we're really excited because we have a senior-laden team. I'm like, seniors leave, man. What about the freshmen and the sophomores?
These guys.
But coaches want seniors all over their roster, even though they're done after that year, and it's kind of in this snapshot in time when they're trying to win, they want guys with experience on the floor, on the field. And so it's funny you say that, because I'm in the same camp, and I'm sure there's probably some people out there rolling their eyes at us right now.
Sure.
Just wait. Just wait.
Yeah, give it some time. You'll figure it out. But it's not always the case, but it seems like more often than not.
Yep.
It is the case. So having that experience, it does matter. I think having the coach that has been through that absolutely matters. And this is going to help. It helped Michigan last night. I have no doubt about it that it helped them to win that game last night when they didn't have their best offensive game, but they were able to persevere in the end. There's no question it does. Now, will it help them tomorrow? We'll see. I mean, it's just you're taking on a better opponent tomorrow, one that has you as the underdog. But it should definitely play a role.
You know what's funny, too, is you mentioned the experience of being in the tournament before. The guy with the longest tournament resume on the floor for Michigan is Vlad Golden. He played 5 games with Florida Atlantic when they made the Final Four, played a game last year, so he's playing in his 7th March Madness game. And with Michigan up 1, they miss a shot. He gets the offensive rebound and gets fouled. The team is 50% from the charity stripe leading up to his 2 free throws, and he steps up and drains them both with 16 seconds to go, setting up what was the 3-point lead and putting UCSD in a situation where they needed the 3-pointer.
Well, when you think about it, it's all the mental game, right? It's the ability, when you think about the experience of having played in the tournament or in any big game, it's the ability, which I don't think is an easy one, to shut down all the outside noise. God. It's to ignore that there's a crowd even there watching. It's to somehow get back in the mindset of, hey, we're just in the gym. It's a scrimmage, and I got to make these shots, which I've already taken before the game started or the scrimmage started. I made 95 out of 100 free throws because that's what I'm supposed to do. Muscle memory. Here we go. But to be able to flip that switch and somehow shut it all out, this is what makes the goods greats if you're able to do that. I'm not saying it's a Vlad Golden is, but I'm saying to me, it's an underrated thing to be able to do that. I mean, when you've got people want to throw the word choke out there so quickly at people that fail in situations like that, but put yourself in that situation and think about it for a second of how tough that is in front of 12 to 15,000 fans. They're not all rooting for you. You know that all the pressure, if you let it affect you, will affect you. So to shut it out, I think, is impressive.
An amazing stat about Michigan we will get to coming up. We'll also preview the Spartans game with Bryant. Spartan fans, you're making your way down there. Where are you? And what do you expect tonight? Michigan fans, your reaction to last night's win. We got some line stuff we'll get to a little bit later on. Hey, we got a March Madness Twin Peaks edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Really?
Yeah, yeah, we do. We'll get to that in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, ready for spring? Need a spark to get you ready for warmer days? Well, Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield can give you the jolt that you need. The deals on the 2024 Chevy Blazer all-wheel drive EVs are incredible. So much so that Sarah Chevrolet bought out every 2024 in the county that they could find. You can now lease an all-wheel drive Blazer EV for just $199 a month with only $999 down. That's taxes and fees included. Now, these are shockingly low payments. The 2024 Chevy Blazer EV comes standard with comfortable features and all-wheel drive, perfect for any adventure. Bolt into Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield before they're gone. And believe me, that these low payments, these Chevy Blazer EVs will be gone soon. Not only does Sarah Chevrolet Southfield have late nights, but they're also open on Saturdays for sales and for service with loaner vehicles available. Shop online at sarahchevrolet.com or give them a call. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're generating excitement. Together, let's drive.
Yes, we are on a March Madness Friday. Games get underway at 12:15. Again, it filled up nicely yesterday. We expect it to be more filled today with people making a long weekend out of March Madness. And great place to watch the games as they have 1.6 million TVs. They actually might have 1.6 million inches worth of television screens. You think? Maybe?
Sounds dirty when you say that.
It does kind of sound dirty. lots of.
I don't know if we need to do that.
Picture moving machines to take in the games. So we will be here until 2 o'clock, and then that is when we're giving away the 98-inch TV courtesy of ABC Warehouse. Come in and see the street team. Find out how you can win. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was telling Allende that in the noon hour, I feel it's necessary that I'd like you to join me in perhaps doing a shot of this tequila that they have over to the right of us, that they're giving out the samples of in the building.
This will be discussed probably off the air because I'm not sure it's legal.
Legal schmigel.
This could be our last Carson Anderson show. You know? And I got some stuff I got to do right afterwards. So we'll see. We'll see. Chances are, if it happens, we might not tell anybody. Oh, we're on the air now? All right, so we're talking about end-of-game scenarios and a trait with Michigan. And look, they hang on in a meme-avoiding win, 68-65, over UCSD last night out in Denver. So late in that game, there's foul trouble on the UCSD side. This Magai kid gets hot. And Dusty May was talking about when the game was over and he hit some huge shots, he and his staff heard the UCSD staff calling out a play. And the play they would call was Luka. And so Dusty May says he turns to his staff and says, okay, what kind of play would we call Luka? And they figured out pretty quickly that it was ISO from a guy. They ran screens, and Michigan switched, and they would get the matchup they want and run ISO for Magai to try and create a shot in that mismatch. And I mean, if I'm going to look at a coaching mistake, if it's a mistake, I don't know if it is or it isn't. And I don't even know if this was actually the game plan. It looked like Michigan had opted to switch everything, so then you'd end up with a slower, bigger player on Magai when he got hot. But they figured out that Luka was ISO for Magai. The last possession, they were in Luka. They knew that this was going to be create for Magai, and Danny Wolf did a decent job defending the perimeter and making that last shot that they took very, very difficult when it obviously didn't go in. But John Neal had a stat after the game. Last 2 months, Michigan is 11-0 in games decided by 4 points or less. Now that stat in a vacuum would make you think that this team is an elite pressure performer. I don't think that's how fans interpret the way this Michigan team is playing. It's impressive, but that stat in a vacuum sounds great when it comes to pressure situation.
Yeah, if it's a tight game, they're going to win. That's what it tells you. But it also tells you it's a nail biter for half the season, effectively.
Right.
Almost half the season. You don't want to be doing that, but or not quite half the season, but it should give you confidence.
It's
that
a
game's
high
tight,
percentage.
They pull it out every time so far this year.
248-539-9797. Here's some of the feedback we have to the Carson Anderson inbox from an unnamed texter. In the first 5 minutes, I texted my buddies, Michigan is going to win by 50. These kids look like 8th graders. It's unreal. They almost blew that game. Next text. In the second half, Michigan completely forgot how much bigger they were. Shot selection was terrible. Golden was doing a terrible job posting up. I thought the shot selection was sketchy. I did see a couple of occasions where Golden had a player sealed and they just didn't enter the basketball. I think part of that might have to do, and I'm trying to figure out why, is when you have the turnover problems they did in the first half, maybe you're a little hesitant to take a chance with the basketball, and they passed up what I think could have been some great entry feeds to a 7-footer who had position. But yes, that was the shot selection, I thought, in the second half left something to be desired, especially early in the second half. Fellas, this is from Jack in Pittsburgh. Do you remember Jack in Pittsburgh from yesterday, Scott? He called someone a mortal lock.
Yes, that I do remember. Yes.
Do you remember the team he called a mortal lock to go to the Final Four?
He said Clemson?
Jack in Pittsburgh writes in, fellas, Clemson was in fact not a mortal lock. Back to the drawing board.
I mean, this is the tournament, right?
Yep.
This is why, I mean, if you could describe your bracket after one day of the tournament, how would you describe it? Because I had 5 losses yesterday, and including one of my Final Four getting knocked out.
How would I describe my bracket? Boring. I didn't pick. I picked one upset, but it really. I think I went 12-4.
12-4. Okay,
Yeah.
so I shouldn't feel too bad going 11-5.
The way I look at this thing, and it's not always true, is they have updated standings, and you see who everyone picked as a champion. You basically want to be have the most points with your champion, right? Because if your team that you pick to win it all wins it all, you're in great shape to win your bracket. And
way to go, Doug.
Yeah.
Way to break it down.
Yeah, well, right? But if you're watching this thing in real time, you just want to be, like in our bracket, there's a bunch of people who pick Michigan State. Whoever has the highest points that has Michigan State, even after day one, is in the driver's seat. Even if they're in like 9th place overall, you're just rooting for your team. And if your team comes through, is this the most obvious thing ever?
It's okay.
Okay. Next up, I think it was curious.
Did you use an adding machine to figure that out?
I did, yeah. I think it's curious that some of the surprise at that game, like last night, this has been Michigan all season long. Unfortunately, they play to their opponents, and this has been the last 3 months of basketball. They are so clutch at the end of games, and they know how to win in the end. Unnamed texter, Michigan is like the Hulk that keeps wanting to turn back into David Banner. The struggle is real, and I hate it. That's from an unnamed texter.
It's a good description. I like that.
Joe and the Thumb.
It's all right.
I've got to give it to Michigan. I got to give Michigan credit. When they decide to play bad, they are very good at it. But seriously, is this a good coaching job or a bad coaching job by Dusty May? I think it's a pretty good coaching job. They went 8-24 last year. They brought in a whole new roster. And to be where they are, like I don't know how else to put it. It's a team that's short on playing together. So I think some of the struggles, you'd hope they'd be through them by now. But in the end, they're winning the games. And they just finished tied for second in the Big Ten. So I would say it's a pretty damn good coaching job. From Jay at Work, to everyone who's watching Michigan for the first time this year, this is exactly who this team has been the whole year and why there are so many close games. Last night's game is the exact same game they have played about 25 times already. Jump out to an early lead, turn the ball over, give up offensive rebounds, take questionable shots, give up the lead, then pull it out in the end, rinse and repeat. Yep. Kind of in a nutshell. That's it. The key is having 2 TVs. I have one TV on the 4-game split, and the other TV has the most interesting game or the one that's closest to the ending. Audio for the single game only. That's from Robert in a car.
All right.
Gator, there's the setup. So he says 2 TVs. Here's the problem with that is, do you get into a situation where the TV in the quad box is ahead of or behind the other feed?
Yeah, you will. You will.
Yeah.
For one, well, but it's only for the one game, obviously, that's on the big TV. But 100% you do. Because when I clicked on just to go back to the one screen, it was definitely a time difference.
Yep. Back in our studios, our producer, Kang. Kang, any thoughts on the Michigan game or the tournament in general?
I think one thing that plays a role that people forget about is the moment too big, right? Because everyone, because we don't watch these games all year round. We don't watch all these teams, clearly. So you go to the paper and you're like, UC San Diego, they're good at creating turnovers. They shoot the 3 well. But have they ever done it on a stage like this? And I think last night you saw in the first half especially, they weren't ready when that game started, or at least, mentally. And they caused turnovers, but they couldn't hit any shots. And so they had to fight back in the second half, which they did. And we all know how Michigan, like the text just said, they kind of let teams come back and they have to win out these close games. But the tournament in general, I think we have to take into account, is the moment too big for some of these teams? And that's why the Cinderella stories are so great when they happen, because they put that behind them and they're able to get past those big moments. And that's why I love the tournament, though. You just never know what's going to happen and what team's going to show up that day.
Yeah, and it's a pressure cooker, and I almost think in some ways now playing a higher-seeded team, you maybe are a little bit more relaxed, a more conventional team too, a bigger team like what they're used to seeing than this team of little guys running around bombing away from three. But survive and advance, pass-fail, Michigan gets the pass. We'll talk about Michigan State and Bryant coming up. More of your phone calls and feedback, 248-539-9797. Got some NFL stuff we'll get to in the 11 o'clock hour. It is Carson Anderson from Twin Peaks in Madison Heights here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Great place to watch games. Twin Peaks, Madison Heights, of course, 12:15. The action kicks off. We'll run down the schedule coming up shortly. We'll talk about Michigan State and Brian in a moment. There is some debate here over a text that we got. Someone had compared Michigan to the Hulk, constantly trying to turn back into David Banner.
Mm-hmm.
The debate is whether or not they're turning back into David Banner or are they turning back into Bruce Banner. Do we have some clarity?
Well, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Because it's both correct. Apparently, the TV show with Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno back in the 70s, they made the name originally Bruce Banner. They changed it to David Banner for the TV series.
Okay.
Because they didn't want – there's a couple reasons have been floated out there on the internet. One of them is that they didn't want confusion with the comic book series because they didn't want it to read like a comic book series on TV. They wanted it to stand alone. This is a TV series. They're not going to mimic everything from the comics. It's just the characters from the comics.
Okay.
And the other was that they thought the name Bruce was a little too effeminate, so they changed it to David.
Huh. Tell that to Bruce Springsteen. Or should I call him David Springsteen?
Call him whatever you want, I suppose.
What about Bruce Lee, man? Should we call him David Lee?
David Lee, yeah.
Listen.
Yep. I think you're right. You think Bruce Lee was a badass? Wait till you come across David Lee.
Don't want to mess with that guy.
No. Huh. All right. Well, there you go.
So
maybe comic book guy can confirm this, or did they cringe when you heard us read the text about David Banner, or did they know? Did comic book guy already know this?
Well, I remembered that because we were talking during the break. I'm like, wait a minute, isn't it both? And I thought that David Banner was that was a name that he used while he was on the lam to disguise him from Bruce Banner, his real name.
Well, that would work.
Which is effectively that's what happened in one of the movies when he was hiding in Brazil. He was known as David in Brazil, even though his real name is Bruce.
So he opted to keep the same last name when he went into hiding.
It's
I'm not Doug Karsh. I'm Dave Karsh.
Right.
Well, I would never suspect a thing.
For a guy as smart as Dr. Banner is or was, you would think that you'd come up with a better ruse than I'm just going to change the first name.
One would think.
But maybe they said, call me Zeke. I don't know. I like the analogy, though.
With Michigan?
Yeah, the analogy's there.
Sometimes they're the Hulk, sometimes they're
David/Bruce Banner.
Yeah, no, it works. All right, so Michigan State tonight taking on Bryant, 10 o'clock start. This is a Bryant team coached by Phil Martelli Jr.
Yeah.
And Izzo and Phil Sr. have a bit of a relationship. That team won the American East, beating Maine in the championship game. They have a 6'6" shooting guard, Raphael Pinson, who hits over 40% of his threes. Earl Timberlake was a McDonald's All-American nominee, played at Missouri and Miami. They got another big-time D1 transfer. They are a pace-of-play team, 75.5 possessions per game, which is top 5 in college basketball. Not a great defensive team. Michigan State, I asked the question of you yesterday, but, it still stands. It'll be intriguing to see if they go, we have better athletes, we'll run with you because we can get out and run. Or do they say, we're going to play at our own pace, we're going to slow you down and make you play our game?
I think Michigan State can dictate whatever they want to do in this one because I don't think it's wise to challenge Michigan State to run with you when they've got guys like Cohen Carr that's what they live to do is to get out in front of everybody else so they can make the spectacular happen. They're not alone with just Cohen Carr. There's a number of players in that team that love to make things happen like that. So it's dangerous to get into a game like that. But, this is a team that rebounds well. Bryant does. They take care of the basketball, and they score a bunch of points. But who have they beaten? Who have they played? So this is a real test. They're taking on the Big Ten team and Big Ten champions. And Michigan State, we talked about experience earlier. State's got some experience with the head coach. He's been around for a little bit. They've seen literally everything you can experience in the NCAA tournament. Losing in the first round when you were a heavy favorite and winning the championship and cutting down the nets. Now, it's been a minute since they cut down the nets, but this is a team that Tom Izzo feels pretty confident with and comfortable with, and I think that Spartan fans are pretty excited to see where they can go. It's been a team that for most of the season was searching for somebody to emerge as a true leader in terms of scoring, and then finally the last 10 games of the year or so it emerged. Here's Jace Richardson, and now he's emerged as potentially a lottery pick in the NBA draft, while still having the rest of the guys all have a role on this team. And you can, if you're if you're Bryant, what are you going to do to try to stop Michigan State? I mean, if you try to limit the outside presence, not that they're shooting great from outside, but the guys inside score a ton. Jackson Kohler can score. Carson Cooper can score.
It's intriguing because Carson Cooper, when he is fed the basketball, he will tear the rim out of the glass. Who's the Robin today, right? It's kind of gotten to the point where Jace Richardson's going to be the guy that most people expect to have the big game. And that's probably the benefit for Michigan State is it doesn't have to be one guy. They've got a variety of players, whether it be Jaden Akins on a given day or, as you mentioned, Jackson Kohler. It can be a number of different guys. It just whoever the game – they don't have to force anything. It's whoever the game comes to on that given day can be the guy that can be the Robin to Jace Richardson being Batman. 248-539-9797. Bryant and Michigan State, late night game today. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Boys, I called Missouri to the Final Four. Awful take. That's from an unnamed texter. Hard to fathom, next text, hard to fathom the last time the Big Ten won the NCAA tournament was Michigan State in 2000, excluding Maryland's win in 2002 when they were an ACC team.
Big Ten icons. No, it's crazy to think it's been that long.
Yep.
Obviously, Michigan State's had a number of really good teams and been to the final game. Michigan's been to a couple of final games during that stretch, and Ohio State had a run, and
Illinois.
Scotty's always good. Purdue went to the finals last year, but they haven't won it since Michigan State 25 years ago. That's crazy.
Yep. More feedback. Bob from Northville says, so the perfect ESPN bracket countdown went from 22 million down to 22,000 in one half day of the tournament. Tells you how hard it is to predict. Look, I've said it on the air, and I'll stand by it. It's impossible to predict, and nobody's ever going to do it. I think it's funny that this contest, people enter, there's no chance.
No, but it's amazing to see how quickly it gets chopped down. Like that's not just losing a limb.
Yep.
I mean, that's losing your torso. You're already cut well more than cut in half. You might just be a head floating around at this point. From how many million down to 22,000?
22 million.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep. Now, look, I mean, sure, try. There's nothing to lose. No,
nothing to lose.
It's not like you have to pay an entrance fee. If you did, it would be the most ridiculous bet ever. But, by the way, one other thing about Michigan State, and it's so top of mind, but it's important, one of the top 5 teams in the country at free throw shooting. And that yesterday, we saw it with Michigan. Before Vlad Golden stepped to the line and hit the 2 at the end, they were 50% from the line. Drake, who upset Missouri yesterday, was 12 of 24 from the free throw line. And again, a bunch of those were front ends of 1-and-1s, which essentially are 2 misses. So that is an underrated, huge part of March. Maybe it's not underrated at all, but it is a huge part of March.
Yeah, you got to make your free throws. Look, Michigan State's got to do the things that they've struggled with in the past, but not this season. They've been so much better this season of making their free throws. They've been better at taking care of the basketball and limiting turnovers. But those are 2 things that have killed them in the past, and those are 2 things that'll kill any team. Getting down the stretch, if you're not knocking down your free throws and you're turning the ball over, good luck with that. I forget. The game's kind of jumble in my mind here. I think it was the Kansas game. Kansas had gotten it close, and I think he tied it up, and then they had 4 turnovers in the next 7 possessions. And was it Arkansas? Ended up scoring 7 points on those 4 turnovers, and that was a 7-0 run that they went on. The timing of the turnovers is huge.
All right, so great place to watch games is here at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. Get out here by 12:15. That's the first game. It's a 9-8 game, which are typically very close. The 9-seed Baylor taking on Mississippi State. This is an opening round East Region game from Raleigh, North Carolina, 12:15 tip. At 12:30, Robert Morris takes on 2-seeded Alabama. That is in Cleveland, East Region, first-round game. Then we go to Milwaukee for a 1:30 tip. 14-seeded Lipscomb taking on Iowa State. That is the preview could be a preview for a Michigan State opponent down the road. And Colorado State taking on Memphis. That is the 2 o'clock game from Seattle, 12-5 matchup.
And don't forget to get down here at Twin Peaks because at 2 o'clock we're doing the giveaway for the TV. It's a 98-inch television.
98-incher. 98-incher.
Get here before 2 so you can register when we do give it away.
And if you don't have a place big enough to put that TV because it is so large in your viewing space, your man cave isn't big enough, it's all the reason to start the process on buying a new home.
Perhaps converting a garage.
Garage TVs are sweet.
Yeah.
You'll love the garage TV.
A little underrated.
It's Carson Anderson, Madison Heights, Twin Peaks. Let's get to some line stuff next hour. If you want to keep going with college basketball, Spartan fans driving down there today, tell us where you are and what you expect tonight. 248-539-9797. Michigan fans, Wolverines. Hey, they're 11-0 in the last 2 months in games decided by 4 points or less. That implies they're a clutch performer. Do you feel that way about your team? How can you not? Well, I'm not sure the fans think of them that way, but they come through in the end. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Michigan's next opponent in the Big Dance will be favored against the Wolverines. U of M a 2.5-point underdog against Texas A&M for the round of 32 matchup tomorrow afternoon. Trey Donaldson said they've actually been paying attention to the Aggies. CBS will have the TV broadcast. We'll have the action over on WWJ with a 4:30 pregame. This morning, the ladies of Michigan will get their shot at the bracket as well. They clash with Iowa State coming up in about 30 minutes. As for the Spartans, they'll have their after midnight finish tonight. Their battle with 15-seeded Bryant starts at 10 p.m. from Cleveland, Ohio. Games today will start at 12:15. 16 of them again. Some potential big upsets as number 12 Colorado State is actually favored against 5-seed Memphis, and an 11-seed North Carolina. They're favored to beat 6-seed Ole Miss in Milwaukee. Also on the gridiron, Michigan football players will be showing NFL teams what they can do in Ann Arbor today. It's U of M Pro Day with several guys slated to be first-round picks. However, cornerback Will Johnson apparently not yet healthy enough to work out for today's activities. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Just asked Kang about the feedback. And he said, do you want Bruce Jenner texts?
Bruce Banner is what we're looking for. But,
yes, but if we want Bruce Jenner texts, apparently they're coming in masse. All right, Carson Anderson, we're at the Twin Peaks in Madison Heights, 248-539-9797. Great day in sports, one of the best days in sports, the first 2 days of March Madness yesterday. Entertaining. I didn't think it was, it felt like it was a little light on the major Cinderella stories. That's okay. It's sports, right? You can't script it. It's unpredictable, and maybe the unpredictability was top 4 seeds went 8-0. Well, there were close games. Favorites went 12-4.
Just because the favorite wins doesn't mean it's bad.
I'm not saying it's bad.
No, and I know you're not, but there were some really good games. For those that believe that the tournament starts with the play-in games, the first play-in game was outstanding that month. So we'll see plenty of upsets. We did see plenty of upsets yesterday. If you had Kansas going to the Final Four, you're not so happy today.
Yeah, there were only 4 underdogs that won, and there were no 14s or
that's 25%.
15s yeah, I think that's down. I don't know. Maybe it isn't. And in a 9-8 game, I don't think 9-8 anybody really upsets anybody. Those go really close. But okay, Gator, I saw something that kind of piqued my interest. It's Lions related. And the tenor of the calls that we have gotten about the offseason so far, Gator, hasn't been an overwhelming stamp of approval. Is that an accurate way to describe it?
The feeling of the Lions in the postseason?
The Lions fans in the offseason, the feedback we have gotten is not an overwhelming stamp of approval.
I would tend to agree with that.
So ESPN put out a list yesterday of the top 9 free agent signings that get well-deserved A grades.
Mm-hmm.
The number 3 signing on that list was cornerback DJ Reed signs with the Lions. And here's what was written. Almost every time I write about cornerbacks, I'm compelled to include a note about how volatile players at that position are. But the 28-year-old Reed is an exception. A consistent player year in and year out, and in my view, a long underrated player. I liked it when the Jets signed him to a 3-year deal years ago, and I like this signing by Detroit. Here are Reed's yards allowed per snap, coverage snap from 2022 to 2024. 0.6, 1.0, and 0.8 respectively. That's 3 straight seasons better than average in a category relative to other outside corners, dating to his time in Seattle. Reed has been a better than average in 5 consecutive seasons. He also averaged a 13% target rate in his 3 seasons in New York, slightly lower than average despite playing opposite of Sauce Gardner. Those are strong numbers and exactly what the Lions need. I'd rather have Reed than Carlton Davis III, and the Lions got him for cheaper than what the Patriots paid for Davis. This got an A.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that evaluation. I think the most Lions fans are pretty happy with getting DJ Reed. You see where he was rated. All right, this is an ESPN article, and ESPN had him rated as the number 1 available free agent on the market. So that all stands to make sense, and sure, it's a good move. But what you did on the roster was effectively replace the guy you lost.
Yeah.
So
and you might have upgraded.
You may have. Yeah.
But effectively, yes. Replacing a guy that was lost in free agency. But, one of the things that I talk about all the time is we are very, very close to all the stories in Detroit. And when you're close to the stories in Detroit, sometimes you get too close to them. What I mean by that is you don't see them necessarily for what they really are. You're looking at the entire world through the prism of just your team, and you wonder why, they haven't done more or they haven't. And I know there's some of you out there that are disappointed in this offseason so far and would like to see them do more. So what I did is I searched for that story. Albert Breer writing, what are the Lions doing? Or Adam Schefter saying, what an underwhelming Lions off season. And you can find criticism of teams off seasons. I think some people have been very critical of a couple of the signings the Redskins made. Lots of criticism of the Patriots. The Commanders, sorry. My apologies. Lots of, still the Patriots though, right? Yeah. Lots of criticism of what the Patriots did, throwing too much money at players. If the Lions were truly having a bad offseason or an illogical offseason, somebody outside of Detroit that follows the game would have written about it, right? Wouldn't somebody out there say, this offseason plan makes no sense?
Yeah, look, I don't think that the plan doesn't make sense. The plan is fine when you look at what exactly have they done. They replaced a player they were losing in Carlton Davis, who was a free agent, and they may have upgraded. All right?
Yep.
People disagree. Some people will agree. Doesn't matter. Let's just say, I think if nothing else, I think the players are extraordinarily comparable in what they're going to give the Lions. But beyond that, they haven't really added to the team. What they've done is bring back the guys that they could bring back. They did lose Melanfonwu, which they haven't replaced. Maybe that hurts, maybe not. Does that bring down the roster at all? I mean, Melanfonwu didn't, he was a backup safety. The break glass, here we go. Bring him in, and you feel pretty good about it because he had gotten better. Became a little bit of a playmaker a season ago. But the team, in my eyes, the roster has not gotten worse. But I don't think it's gotten better either. Well, it's kind of where it is. But understanding that if you look at the team halfway through the season last year and where they're at now, going into the season, you feel better about the team because, okay, guys are going to be healthy. Now, don't need to get into the Hutch debate anymore about, hey, is he going to – I don't think he's going to be 100%, but his season and all that stuff, I don't really care to rehash that. But understanding that these guys are supposed to come back next season and be healthy for them, even if they're not 100%, but if they're on the field, that's better than not having them on the field, which is what they faced the second half of last season.
Okay, so there's a couple things about this. One is we understand how sports talk radio works in that people are more likely to call us and complain than call us and say, hey, things are going well. I approve. It's just the way it is. And that's okay. We get it. We're not new at this. But is anyone out there actually really comfortable and endorse what they've done this offseason? Like, do you see the long-range vision? Is there anybody that looks at this and says, I know what they're doing. They're going to lock up their guys that are worthy of locking up, keep a winning core together, and because of that, they're not overextending themselves with massive moves this season, and there's nothing wrong with this. Like, I know that people are more likely to pick up the phones and call us and complain, but there's no stories being written nationally about this not being this being a bad offseason for the Lions.
No, if you look at, I think it's the same article, or maybe it was a different article that I saw this morning.
This one was Seth Walder as the I in that story who wrote it. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, so I think this is a different story than what I saw.
Okay.
Because there was another story that had, from ESPN, teams that improved themselves, teams that didn't improve themselves, and then they had like best free agent acquisition that they made and rating who got the best one and best value and all this.
Right.
So it's interesting because the Lions certainly wouldn't be on the teams that added the most to the team, that improved themselves the most, but they're also not one of the teams that got worse. And the teams that they have that got worse, those are good football teams that got worse on their list there. So staying status quo isn't a bad thing. And I continue to say free agency ain't over.
Right.
And this offseason is not over. The offseason really isn't over until you tee it up for the first regular season game. Because there's still plenty of time to sign a free agent of consequence, to go ahead and you got the draft, and then there's trade possibilities during the draft, after the draft, and leading up into the first game of the season, because there's going to be there's some cap casualties and all that.
Okay, so a couple things here. One is, like I mentioned, is there anyone out there that just stamp of approval, say, no, I like this. I like what they're doing this offseason, which is a lot of keeping the band back together, improving at one position. They're not done, and they still have the draft to help restock, and trades are a possibility. So is there anybody out there that actually looks at this plan and likes it? And the other thing is, for those that have hated it, and we try to make this a safe space for a healthy exchange of ideas, Scott.
Sure.
Yeah. We're not always successful at it, but we try. For those that can't stand this offseason, my question is, why do you think nobody nationally is panning it? Why do you think that writers that cover the whole league are looking at this Lions offseason so far and saying, I can't believe they aren't doing more? Because I haven't found that article. Maybe it's out there, but we get it from listeners for sure. But you move outside of our immediate area and you look for respected football opinions. There's just not any of that.
No, but I don't know if listeners care as much about what the national media is going to say about the team, because they're not looking at the Lions on a day in and day out basis like fans do or like our own beat writers do.
Right.
So I think there would be some pushback there. I mean, do I like what they've done this offseason? I like that they replaced Carlton Davis, but I'm not happy right now that they haven't done anything else. I'm not mad. I'm right in the middle on this, and I would imagine most Lions fans are, until proven otherwise. If they make another move of consequence, or if they make a move that you think stinks, then that might be something that pushes you one way or the other. But I can't imagine there be too many people that would be loving this offseason. We know there's going to be plenty of people that don't love it and that pan it because they haven't improved, and you need to improve season to season, and that they didn't go out and land one of the players that they thought were available that maybe not available when you look at the likes of Trey Hendrickson or Myles Garrett or Max Crosby.
All right, 248-539-9797 if you want to get in on the Lions discussion. We're at Twin Peaks in Madison Heights. We'll get back to some March Madness stuff a little bit later on. But, of course, taking your phone calls and feedback on anything on your mind, it is Open Lines here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto law, and because of that, they've recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. There's a level of care that comes with a Michigan Auto Law attorney, more like white glove service. Michigan Auto Law, they'll call you back within 24 hours. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. That's why if anyone in my family or I need an attorney for an auto or truck accident, I'm going to call our guy Steve and his crew over there at Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Okay, today there was a story on ESPN.com, one of the writers talking about how one of the best moves of this offseason so far is DJ Reed signing with the Detroit Lions. And it's interesting because it made me go, all right, here's some praise for an offseason where we get a lot of feedback from some underwhelmed fans. And I'm like, all right, well, let me see if I can find a story anywhere from a national writer doing a what are the Lions doing story, questioning what they're doing this offseason. I can't find it. Now, that doesn't invalidate people's feelings, but I want to know why people think that is. Because if they're doing something illogical, it would get some attention. The Lions became the it team in the NFL. They're worthy of writing about. They're worthy of paying attention to. And you just don't see a lot of the national writers and the people that cover this league questioning the Lions' moves. You can find questioning of what other teams have done, but not with the Lions. And I guess I want to know why the critic thinks that is. The other thing is, hey, who loves what they're doing this offseason? Who thinks it's a great plan? And one of the reasons why I'm not too particularly critical of it is I think people are trying to achieve something in the offseason that's virtually impossible. And that is, A, fitting more elite players under the cap. It's really, really difficult. If you look at the players that are most coveted and what they end up getting, they weren't going to get that in Detroit, which cuts off the accessibility to those players. 2 is they want assurances that they will win the Super Bowl. They want to know that this team's going to win the Super Bowl before the season starts, and that doesn't exist. What I think the goal, a realistic goal that this team has actually achieved is that the Detroit Lions are a Super Bowl contender. And they're a strong Super Bowl contender as built. They were last year. We all know what happened. But they are a strong Super Bowl contender as built, and that's where you want to be. They have reached that group of teams at the top that have a shot to win the Super Bowl. And I think staying there is important, and I think they're setting themselves up to stay there.
So where are you? Are you on the scale there? 5 being right in the middle. It doesn't. You're okay with it.
Yeah.
10 being you love it. They're a Super Bowl team now.
So here's where I am.
Over the top for it, or 1 you think it's the worst thing ever.
I'm satisfied because this is like, hey, I got a budget. I built a really nice house that I like. Would I love to add a pool and a bowling alley in the basement? Yeah, I'd love to, but it's not within my budget, and the house is pretty damn great without. So, that's kind of where I am. House is exactly what I wanted. Could I add more to it? I could, but I probably can't afford it.
So on that scale, 1 to 10 I gave, where would you put yourself?
As far as satisfaction with this offseason?
Yeah.
About an 8, because what I'm missing is the other moves, and there's still moves to be made. Like, there's still things that they need to address, like the edge rusher opposite of Hutch. I want to see what they do in the draft. I think trade possibilities are still out there.
See, I'm at a 5, but I don't think
You're not a mad 5?
I'm not a mad 5 because I don't think it's realistic to think that they could be much higher than, say, a 7 with this offseason, because I understand what the financial restraints are. I do think that if they wanted to go ahead and make a big splash, that they could, but that would perhaps hurt things down the road. But for this upcoming season, I think they could do something. I'm not sure they should.
Right.
But so that's why I'm at a 5. I'm not angry. I don't think that the ceiling is that high for the offseason to really, truly add those pieces that would put you over the top. But this team already, one of the elite teams, I don't want to say elite, one of the better teams in the NFL that can compete for a Super Bowl.